This should all be running then. So, it's showing through there. No drop frames so far. That's a good start. And we can minimise that recording software. So we do have the wheel of body design. Or body size, shape. I don't know what you'd call it. Anyway, I'm going to hopefully see how this works. Yeah, I'm just getting concerned the music is too loud. No, it isn't. Okay, let's go. We're getting a van. We've done a van before, but it is a pretty flexible body type. So I won't complain too much about getting a van. I have made a bunch of these wheels, so we're going to have to decide. Oh, sorry. I'm going to have to redo this. There's like a couple of blank spots on here. I mostly sorted that, honestly, but just ignore that for now. I will, yeah, because these two wheels were a bit off, but we can spin that. It'll be fine. A small van. We've had this before, so just find a small van that's gonna hopefully support what engine type we have. I think I'll just have to scroll down until I find something properly small. 2.2. This will do for now. We do also have to decide an engine positioning though, which I believe this is a wheel for. Spin again. Okay, indeed I will. Let us hope. A rear-engined van. That means I think it means we're getting independent rear suspension. Anyway, we have 7 options here. So, just minimise the wheel for a moment. This is the body I'm starting with. It's a very small van, at least in terms of wheelbase. I can change it later, and I probably will have to with the rear engine layout, but for a time, it's a starting point. It is the correct type of vehicle. Probably takes rear engine in some capacity, but I do not know. We will see what body material we are allowed to use. Okay. I mean, that's decent. Fiberglass. Not very stiff, but very lightweight. We've got 6 options we have to scroll through. Ah, I didn't even wheel the wheel properly. There, we're getting spin again. It does like choosing spin again. Are we going to get 4? It looks like it. 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got a space frame. Okay. This is interesting for a van. A tiny van, might I add, as well. I think 4... Here we go. I almost guessed the tab correctly. AHS steel. Okay. And, okay, this doesn't support mid-engine, so we're going to have to go back, and I can remove the wheel. We're going to have to go back. It's going to be after something small. I think I can go engine position, actually, and support rear-engined. There's a few here. I think this is a variant of a Porsche, but still technically a van. So you see, this is what's good about vans. You can get some very low sporty ones, some like SUV truck type ones. This is like a Porsche, so it's probably going to be quite generous for rear engine space. Not a bad option for the time being. And no, there's no drop frames or anything. It's giving me warnings on the YouTubes. So we've got 5 options. Which one will it choose? Okay, it is doing this again. Granted, we have got a fiberglass body, and it is not leaf springs. It's coil, which, bad, but better. We actually have a couple of options for the rear suspension as well, which is surprisingly enough. I guess because it's a space frame. So we could get struts. I do not know at this point what it's going to give me. Double wishbone is definitely the common option, because if it sticks me on a ladder frame, that's just what I end up getting. It's giving me a lot of spin agains currently. It just wants me to spin again, the spin again, and spin again, spin again. Okay, we've got wishbones. I don't know if that's going to really make a difference, honestly, because we've got coil on the front. We've not got leaf springs like we did last time. So it's going to raise the van up. We're probably going to go with a different van, one that takes the SUV type approach to building a van. But we do have options. Like, if you could get a Suzuki Jimny type thing, that would iron out the coil quite well. This doesn't actually look as horrendously raised up as I thought it would. So maybe this will work. Who knows? There is a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to have to try and find the hex code generator because... I'll bring it up there, like... So it shows when I click on it, the first colour. We've got a purple. This is what it loads up. So if I just go back to this menu, we've got a purple and I'll make a new colour here. You can't see the whole thing, I don't think, but you can see the where I'm adding it in. That's the important thing. Quite a nice purple, I think. And we're going to make another colour. Whatever that may be, we will go and generate colour. Okay, we've got like a reddish brown and a purple. I can't say I quite know how this is going to work together. A salmon colour from what I can tell. So if we go just configure these. Secondary car, no. I think it's going to be here somewhere. It's got to be somewhere. Woof, there it is. So we can just throw these colours together. That is what we have got so far. I'll probably throw some wheels on here as well, because I just don't like the default ones, so... these maybe... I don't know, some of them don't even hide the brakes. They will do, for the time being, until I get something nicer on. We have got to bring up the wheel, or the colour picker, should I say, and then we'll just change that. Are we getting all, or just rear-driven wheels? Okay, 1. Now, we did get live coil rear and live coil front, double wishbone rear and a rear wheel drive before. It actually drove quite well. So, you know, I can't say I'm entirely opposed to this. It could work. Although, granted, it is very similar to what it's built before. I think that was steel or something. Or maybe carbon fibre, I don't know. I don't think it was made of fiberglass, so there are differences. We're going to want 4 different options here to get through the engine, see what it builds us. I mean, as I say, this is probably one of the more generous cars for engine space, just being a Porsche body. And we've got a Boxer, which is actually good. That's good for a rear-engine vehicle. If you wanted anything, is it building like an off-road Porsche at this point? I wouldn't be aggressively against it. A rear-engine Porsche does have its charm. A rear-engine Porsche van, should I say. I think there were earlier Porsches which were 4 cylinders, but this is very good for a rear-engine car. I just fear it's going to make it a ginormous 4-cylinder, which isn't ideal for, like, actually making power. I think I'll have to go back to engine size, because sometimes you make these kinds of engines too big, they just don't work. Aluminium billet, I'll take it. But sometimes you just make these kinds of engines too big. They just don't make any power and they blow themselves up if you don't have the other parts selected before checking the size. Oh, we've got dual overhead cam. Fancy. Kind of makes up for lack of cylinders. To a point. How many valves do we get? 2 valves. Still, could have gone with worse engines than this, even if it is a 2-valve. Probably about the best 2-valve you can get in the game, to be quite honest. Getting 5 or 3? We're getting a 5. Okay, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aluminium standard. I'll take it. It's lightweight. This is a surprisingly good engine. As I say, I'm going to do these first 4 menus before I finally set on a... Did I do that correctly? Yeah, there's 7 options there. I was just worried I'd gone through like a wheel of 7 options if there was only 5 or something. And, oh. Cast iron heavy. Yeah, this is what I mean though. Because sometimes if it chooses all low-end stuff here, I am just not going to get any power through a 5-litre engine. Or worse, it's just not going to start at all. So just seeing the number of cylinders, I do feel this is the better option overall. The only flip side is if we are restricted for engine size due to that, it means more likely there will be that we can get a smaller engine and it's not going to be super heavy and it's going to fit in different bodies better. We're going to get a spin again. or a 7. We have got a 7. Low friction cast. Okay. I don't know if that's really going to help it or not. The conrods are pretty good. But I don't think the conrods are going to save an otherwise flawed engine, honestly. And we have got harmonic dampers. This does actually seem like it might be some kind of vintage Porsche engine. So, engine fitment, no problem fitting it in. I mean, I just don't know. The engine doesn't fit. Is it going to complain about it blowing up if I'm already this early in? Or do I have to keep going? Because I don't know what this engine can take. So it may just be better off if I feel like, honestly, I feel like 3 litres is a good place to call it anyway. Because this body is tiny. And this is probably one of the better bodies for a rear engine layout. So I'm just going to call it a 2 litre or a 3 litre and see what I get. Maybe it's not the best decision, but I just don't imagine. It's a 4-cylinder and it's in a tiny body. And we're getting the higher option, so we're getting 3 litres. It's a 4-cylinder and it's in a tiny body. I just don't imagine it's going to be very easy to get anything larger than a 3 litre engine in here. So it is on the larger side, but it's otherwise a decent engine. I think it's going to be able to put down some kind of power. I mean, as I say, that's why I wanted to just check everything to make sure it would actually work and fit in the car. I could change the size if I have to. Okay, we've got intake VVT. Could be worse. Could have no VVT. We've at least got some form of it. And what are we getting here? Spin again. I will do that. And are we going to get any valve lift whatsoever? Okay, we're getting continuous valve lift. Not terrible configuration here. Nothing is super high end, but it's generally a decent 4-cylinder, all in all. So we're going to get one of 4 options. There's like superchargers, twin chargers, turbochargers, and NA. It's choosing spin again quite a bit these days. And we are going to have something. Are we going to get a 2? Or is it going to go back on spin again? Okay, supercharger. I'll take it. I just don't know how it's going to put down the torque, but it does mean we're going to get power out of a thing at the very least. If we could put it into the high end, that's pretty good an idea. So does it give us any supercharger options? Yes, it does. I'm just being completely dumb and like skipping past them. We have a few different options to what kind of supercharger we have. We've gone roots. I wanted centrifugal because it doesn't make torque, but you can only get so much. So we're going to go with no control whatsoever. I think that just means it's like directly controlled by the engine though, not like there's no control over what the supercharger does. So it's not very advanced control, but it should have some control over what power it makes if it's a little trickier to tune. And we are getting a carburetor. Something does seem very retro about this though, because I think superchargers existed before turbochargers, so under that logic, this could well be an engine from like the 1960s. It canonically kind of makes sense. So maybe I'll have to choose like a late 60s body or something of that nature. You had to do that, didn't you, Wheel? You had to do this. It was a good engine as well. Well, there goes our torque concerns. There goes our torque concerns. Like 3 1s in a row. The Wheel does love the number 1. But at last, we have that restriction. I don't think it's the worst it could be. I'll ramp the carb size up because I think I'll have to push any power through it. The Toasty Wheels Turbo, which wasn't actually a turbo, that was also a supercharged. That was a single barrel eco carb. Single barrel eco carb. I don't know how this is going to play out because I don't think I'll be able to take torque anyway, so it may be less of an issue than it would be on certain other engines that could take incredible power and torque. If this is just being capped off to a level it can actually handle it, and we have got methanol. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, no, nitromethane. I think it's good for power. Not so sure it's good for fuel efficiency at all. We have got this wheel. So let's see what version we get. I don't know, there's nitromethane 10, so maybe there's different percentages of nitromethane to petrol or whatever. We are getting the low one. So unleaded fuel type. I think, yeah, it says unleaded. So I think that like 85% unleaded or something. I don't know. I don't know what this is trying to say. I'm being completely dumb, I think. So it's saying something about unleaded. I mean, maybe it's saying it about a completely different fuel type to what I have actually got. I'm not one to know. Oh, we've got a low performance intake manifold. Let's just hope that aids torque, which we probably shouldn't hope for because it'll probably make too much torque. I mean, as I say, this engine is going very retro. I don't think, honestly, I don't think cheaping out on the intake manifold and the exhaust headers are the worst it could do. So if we're saying, like, do your worst, well, that's probably not its worst. Even the carburetor, I'll be honest, even the carburetor, as bad as it is, could be worse than it is. Spin again. I think it just chose that second time there. We're going to get spin again? No. It's choosing a lot of number ones. I would say I'm concerned, but I've loaded up different wheels. It shouldn't just be that this wheel is totally wigged or anything. We've got bypass valves and a single exhaust. Okay. We've got a lot of options for, like, catalytic converter. I mean, it might be because this is a lower grade of nitromethane. It might just mostly be a petrol engine. No catalytic converter whatsoever. Probably not going to be great for the environment, but for power, it's probably going to be pretty good to have no catalytic converter holding it back. And again, we get spin again. Like, spin again is one option. How does it keep choosing it so consistently? So we've got 2. Give it a bit of a spin. And we have got 4. Okay. Straight through. Somehow I don't think this thing's going to be very quiet. I guess airflow as well, though. Having not much resistance in terms of airflow is probably going to help it for power. Because it's only got a single exhaust, so you kind of want whatever airflow it gives you. We've got a reverse flow muffler. Okay, so it has got some muffling. The thing doesn't want to rev out as it stands. But we can go to 5200 and see how overall this thing sounds if I just lower the RPM for the time being to a workable level. 5200. Like, it's not going to be the best tune as it is. As you can see, the numbers are just not numbering, but can minimize that and hopefully stop the music for now. We can see how the thing sounds. I mean, we're probably going to make 200 horsepower despite everything. Yeah, that's very quiet. I'd actually be kind of surprised if that was audible on the stream at all. From what I can tell, it doesn't sound bad. It's just extremely quiet, which is surprising because we've got one muffler, a good muffler, but we've only got one of them. So, I guess one straight through, but that's I think that's just more having a muffler to cheese it through regulations and stuff. Oh, DOHC 2-valve classic. That's what we're on. Opel V3. Got a few dual overhead cam things. So, 90s Opel. I think classic is probably the closest if we're going for like a 60s idea here. Which I think is what I can run with. Some obscure 1960s sport van. Granted, I do want more engine width. Because usually length is a concern with rear engine, but being a flat 4, we're going to get more engine size by doing that. Ooh. Both of these are pretty small. So I don't know if they're based on a Mini or whatever, and one's an extended wheelbase Mini. It is a van. It's definitely a van. I mean, it does give me that odd 60s van thing. Like, the, that's also a van. Okay, this one sits a little higher. A little higher than the Porsche body, which maybe shouldn't be surprising. I don't think either of these are going to fit, though. So width is the ever-present issue here. We're going to need to choose a body that is more wide, should I say, than it is. Yeah, this is under 2.4, so this is barely like what I would consider small enough. I think I used this body before, actually, in the stream image I've got. Yeah, that wasn't on stream, but that was what I used this same basic body for. That was actually the people mover version, but no less. This fits the engine, okay. So this fits the engine. This is a potential choice. It's also off-roadery, which will make sense with a live axle coil a little more. But there is a smaller version of it. Yeah, like 2.2. If this one, this 2.2 meter one, has the same... yeah, there's a lot of rear overhang. But if this shorter wheelbase version has the same kind of... what's it? People mover. This one is listed as people mover because I think it's an ambulance. So they do that to give you more weight in the back. But... to my mind, I think I can drag the whole thing back. I think I can. Yeah, there we go. That looks a bit more reasonable now. It's just, with too much overhang, it makes the thing a little too large, I think. Do that, it looks better. But I think it's because it's like a World War II ambulance or something of that nature. So that's why they have the seats and stuff in the back. But in reality, I just see this as like a slightly tall van body. And the engine doesn't fit. Okay, that's curious. But we do have options, because the other one is still small enough. So what have we got in terms of, like, kind of sporty ones? It says van there. They're more shooting brake, if you ask me. So that's a little larger. There's this. I don't think that's going to fit the engine. I think it'll show if it's the red light will stop flashing, which is behind me head, but... I think you can just about see it flashing anyway. So we have options anyway. How large is that? That's larger than 2.4, so I wouldn't consider it small. This one is pretty small. It doesn't look small though, and there's definitely windows on it. Ah, so we have another Jeep body. A newer Jeep body, but a Jeep body no less. And the engine doesn't fit. How about the 2.3? Definitely one of the larger bodies I could go for while still being an ultra-compact, small body. No, so there was like the 40s Jeep, I think it was. One of them fits the engine just fine, and that might be our best option. An Orion, which I think is like a bit of a Ford Escort type thing. Engine still doesn't fit. I'm just looking at all these smaller bodies, see what I can get that's like genuinely small. Ooh, I think that's like a shortened Volkswagen. That one's got a lot of overhang on the front and rear, so even though it is tiny, I'm not so sure it would be ideal. If the engine fits, though, it does. You know what? I quite like this, and it does fit just under 2.3 meters, so it's under the 2.4 I would call small. See how it fits. Like, if there's no clearance whatsoever on the side, I might change my mind, but this is a van. It doesn't actually look too bad with a wide height either from the live coil. Granted, it is larger than I would ideally like for a smaller van. It has got engine space. So that's another one we can return to, just because there's engine space. If I can make the front and rear overhang lesser, this would be ideal. But I'm not so sure. Like, it's not letting me grab any of that stuff on the front or back. And it has got the body morph selected. But we do have a few options that'll probably fit a 3-litre engine. What's this one? That is shorter. And that still fits the engine. Okay. 75 Caravelle, is it? I think that one's a better option because that's even smaller, but it still fits the engine. We have various high aces as well. Not really the high aces like it, though, so much at that size. I mean, as we go through the years... I mean, I feel like I'm burning too much time here, but there's a number of options. I've used this one before. Not sure how it factors into the mid-engined kind of idea, but that's a 90 van. I think it was better with a mid-engine layout. It just doesn't suit the rear engine that well. We have the Pope Mobile. Again, I'm not sure that's a van. It's more of like a... more of an MPV, I would say, for lack of a better term. So... yeah, I think we're running dry of options here. I think we're either looking at like that Caravelle, was it? Or, yeah, 2.1 meters. So I think even with the overhang, this will still be enough to count it as a smaller vehicle, just because it's got a very short wheelbase. So, but I don't know, because it's very tall. I guess if we're comparing this to just other vans in general, we can like make that slightly shorter. There is not a whole lot you can do. Like, I'm dragging that back about as much as I can. Maybe add a bit of a bumper type thing there. Because it looks good. To me, at least. I mean, as I say, like, you can do that. Okay. Okay, that's odd. It is rear-engined, mind you. So much like going with the Ferrari front overhang, it would work. Like, I think that, so what does this do on the side? Ah, so we can, like, bulge it out a little. I think that looks good. Then we can probably do that, yeah. We can get some nice fender flares for extra performance. I don't know how that looks. I mean, I don't know if I like how that looks, should I say, on the front. But this is good, because shortening up the back overhang there, I think we've got something that's, like, legibly small. It's a bit of an odd way of doing it, but the engine is hanging over the back. So that, I think, will balance out the extra, I would say metal, fiberglass, technically, on the front. Oh, we can do that. That gives it a smaller appearance than having the nose, like, right up there. Yeah, let's take that. Quite rounded, actually. I don't hate this. And, I mean, I didn't think I would be going with it. The bottom end is experiencing high torque load. Indeed, it is. We do also have the same engine capacity that we had on the other one. I mean, being these Volkswagen vans, as they are, they were designed to be... I think we can go quite high on the bore, actually. You know what, actually, I wasn't thinking it, but will it take a 4-litre engine? I think it might. Like, it's going to be a harder thing to build. But I feel like this could. I might have to re-roll that then. I don't know, because at the same time, it's only a 4-cylinder. So if I push that around, we're only at 3.5 litres. So I'll have to, yeah, I'll have to re-roll this for 2, 3 or 4. I probably can't go all the way to 4 litres, I'll be honest here, but I can go to 3.5, so, you know. Before, I wasn't sure it would take it. I wasn't sure it would take the engine width or anything to make this work, and yeah. Okay. Like, I didn't want to re-roll it, but at the same time, things kind of changed. This body can take a bit more than I anticipated. So yeah, as I say, instead of going to the full weight, I'll go 3.501 because 4 litre is like the limit the wheel has chosen on this re-roll, but at the same time, I can't make it any larger than that because you look at the torque, pistons and all that. Torque is bad. So I'm going to have to work as it is to try and correct that. The one thing going for it is, as the engine being set up like this, it can probably rev out quite well. Not perfectly, but we can get up to 7k here in terms of RPM. I might actually try changing this to tune for engine power, see what this does for us. There is a whole other end of the car to build though, with the other lower edge, should I say, that attaches to the engine. Okay, too much torque. I'm not going to hide that fact, there's too much torque here, but it's making very solid power. If we can maintain anything near that 300 horsepower, I don't think we'll have power struggles, honestly. Granted, it is how it is. There is bound to be struggles with this engine being built in the way it is. It's a 4-cylinder and it's like 3.5 litres. It's too big for a 4-cylinder. But if I can use the torque and get half-decent high-end, which I think is surprisingly good on the high-end, I think we have something going for us. So we've got 7 options on the transmission type. I don't even know what to say anymore. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Automated manual. There's a chance. Spin again. It was almost so cruel to me. Okay. Look, I'll take it. It didn't quite give me a 2-speed. 3-speed is a pain, I'll be honest, but the second option being a 3-speed, and I haven't shown it. Yeah. it shows a 3-speed transmission, which is bad. Is it trying to build like a super sport van from 1965 or something? I mean, I think this body is retro enough. It is a bit more 80s, but I think you could pull it off and say this is from the 60s and not have too many questions going on. I think it, like, hides its roots of being in the 80s decently well. I guess it's the bodywork I've messed with. That doesn't help it. So 1, 2, 3. We have got a differential, which I think this would need. I mean, the live coil does fit this body well. That's one thing I can say. Like, the live coil is not in the way. And I've not brought the wheel up. Like, I keep forgetting to bring the wheel up. But there you go. 3 on the clutched LSD. So we have got 4 options. I think that's this wheel. No, it's not. It's this wheel. I keep forgetting how to sort me wheels. Okay, radials. I'll take it. Before it gave me like last time it gave me cross-ply chunky off-road. This is an improvement, okay? I'll take it. Okay, we've got 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Sport, they're good. They're not race tyres, but they're solid race. They're solid tyres for racing. You know, that I could have asked for a lot worse, especially since they're radials. I did play around with one before. It was on cross-ply that a wheel had built, and that was almost braking as well as the race tyres. Not quite, but it was surprisingly good. Magnesium. Okay, I think I might try the actual muscle car magnesium wheels on this, because hey, if I'm going for like the 60s look, it can probably pull that off decently well. Or I could just go with mini lights, depending on what looks best. I'll probably go with one of the two. Because I am seeing like the vision of a 1960s car. I think this is a wheel of 5s. It is. Vented discs. I mean, the one thing I don't like is the 3-speed. But I think despite that, it can be decent. We've got very kind brakes. They're not even just discs, they're vented discs. They're not carbon ceramics, but you won't hear me complain about this because they are not bad. I do see some potential in this, honestly. I don't know how the weight balance is going to be. Hopefully my crazy body shape, yes, has helped balance out the masses of engine weight at the back. So we're going to need to spin this. I don't think I've spun it. 1 piston vented disc. I would have liked more pistons, but as I say, I won't really complain about that. Carbon ceramics on the back. Of course. Granted, it's not the worst. It's given me drum SLS on the front before. And single piston. Okay. We've not got, like, excellent front and rear brakes, but it's made of fiberglass and it's a small body overall, so I think we'll be fine for braking performance. They are good, solid sport brakes, however you look at it. 7 options. Before it gave me a race diffuser, but the rest of the car couldn't hold itself together. And I've got an off-road skid tray. So, yeah, kind of seems off-roady, in a way. I mean, I think they did take these Volkswagen rear-engine vans off-road. So, you know, it's something. But there's so much more to try and sort out. We have got various options. I think yeah, we've got 7 options here. We've got a premium interior. Okay, not the most out of place. It can work. It's going to have 2 seats because it's a van. So we've got 6 options here, I think. 1, 2, I don't know. My head not working. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're going like 8 track onwards, as per always. Let us see. Are we getting a 4? I think we might be. So we've got 4. That is 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got a sat-nav. Seems to love putting sat-navs in things. I don't even know why. It just likes giving everything a sat-nav. Okay, there's a hint of luxury to our 60s van by the looks of it. With how it's set up. We've got various steering types. Now, it could be cruel, but as I say, it's going to be quite lightweight because of the other things the wheel has told me. But we do get electric steering, I believe, if I just double check that. Yes, it is. 6 is electric. We don't have much potential for traction aids. I would say it concerns me. I shouldn't say anything. We know how the wheel can be. Spin again. It does love spin again as well. There we go. Spin this. We're getting a 3. Okay, that's good. We've got good steering. It's not variable electric, but still very good in general. And we've got traction control plus ABS. So if we check this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so it is 6 settings there for the safety options. I think we've got 5, so I believe that's 2010s. Just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, my head is slow at this stuff sometimes, but I have checked that is correct. And we are going to have to choose which kind of safety from the 2010s we get. Oh, it's gone with the heaviest. I mean, the thing's going to be safe for what it is. Even if it is a bit flat-fronted, if I just pivot that. It is a bit flat-fronted. So, I guess you're going to need safety there, or the thing is just not going to be safe in a crash at all. So maybe it's a blessing in disguise. We've got 6 options. We're getting progressive? Okay. Not high-end, but it's live coil on the front. I mean, it's not ever going to be high-end. We've got wheel of 4s, wherever that is. Let us see. Okay, we've got a 1, have we? No. 2, okay. I did not want 1 because they're like super basic dampers. Nothing here is high-end, but a couple of 2s, I'll take it. That is an okay suspension setup. And we're getting off-road. It's interesting, it's gone with an off-road skid tray and off-road sway bars. I think there is downforce though, so if I just go to the design phase and then I can roll it again. Just to throw some stuff on here, I'm going to go with, so, I'm going to go with rear, all, or neither, because front air alone just doesn't do it any favours. See what kind of aerodynamics we are allowed. Ooh, excellent. So we've got off-road stuff, and we've got full aero. So it's not got a race under tray. This might somewhat make up for it. We have got all of the downforce we could need. And it did say magnesium wheels, so I'm going to have to just see how these look. If I can ever find where the, like, 60s magnesiums are. Torque thrust. You know what? I don't hate them. I mean, they're a little small, but with size, they'll probably get a bit better looking. So, yeah, this is, now I'm getting ideas to build, like, the Maxwell camper van. Because it's technically a van, yes, but I won't be having windows on the side. I can still try and use the rear window and stuff to do that. It can be a camper van, I think. At this point, the wheel has given me some crazy prompts, so I feel I might as well have some fun with it. Gonna go just throw something on here. This is, okay, this is good for the front aero, just for the time being. Until I put something better looking here. Just for the functional standpoint. Actually, it fits with a bumper a little better than I expected. And we'll go with just throwing some kind of ring on the back. This one looks okay. Like, this is all temporary. This is just to provide functional downforce while we are setting the thing up. And then when I do the final design, that will change. Now, how fast does this go? The engine is far, far from finished, but I am curious to see in its current setup, how does it go? 160 for a tiny van, I think that's good. It supposedly weighs 1265 kilos, so definitely one of the lighter things the wheel has built, despite being a van. Fiberglass body probably helping there. Because it's radials, we can stick gargantuan 285s and 295s on. They should easily be wide enough for what this vehicle is. Can also, because I said about the torque thrusts, yeah, they look a lot better when they're larger. 16s maybe a little large. 15s look pretty good, I think. It's just, it was on like 13s and they just looked off. And they're also too narrow to actually look decent. But I think that's kind of fixed it. Like, it doesn't look great because the thing is still unfinished, like massively. But I think we can turn it into something. Now, there are a couple of things I have to roll for here, which is why I've been putting off any fine-tuning. We are not getting an active wing. I don't think I'll need it. And do we get cooling flaps? I do wonder how the weight balance is. I've not checked that yet. We are spinning this again. And this should be our final spin in the randomization of stuff. I say that. I say it'll be our final spin, and it just goes on spin again. No, this will not be your final spin. You will spin again. Okay, none of this fancy adaptive active aero stuff. That's fine. So it's not like the fanciest car. It's on sport tyres. So being on sport tyres is definitely a benefit. We've got a few off-roady bits. I mean, I could try and make it look off-roady, but I kind of like how it is. I can actually lower it because it's on live axle coil. I can make it a little lower. If it was leaf springs, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be able to. But we've got double wishbone wheel, live coil front. We are at least using springs on the front. The wheel has chosen leaf springs on the front a many time, and I don't like that. Yeah, so it's coming up with all kinds of complaints. This tiny, minuscule Volkswagen, how is it gonna... I wonder how it slows just without the brakes set up. 44.5. That's actually pretty good, considering it's got no brakes set up. 43% front, 57 rear, considering the engine is hanging over the back axle. That could be a lot worse. It's actually, from a performance standpoint, I'd say those numbers are pretty good. We're making 300 horse, but the torque on the pistons is about to explode, which I would have expected the crankshaft to cause more issues. I guess it does for RPM. It's got all kinds of issues here. And I mean, it asks for like up to 4 litres in engine, so I can't really make this 4-cylinder any smaller than 3.5, which is about as big as I can push it. So we're going to have to... The upside is it's got a supercharger, so I think if I lower the boost and stuff, I can probably lower the torque quite a bit. We've got just a standard route supercharger. It doesn't give us a boost limit or anything. There is supercharger capacity. Yeah, this thing really revs out, but it looks like I'm not really going to be able to use the supercharger because it adds a lot of torque. So if I go tiny on the supercharger, it does kind of give me, that. So maybe if I put the gear ratio up and just run an absolutely minuscule supercharger. Because at that point, it just stops, like, taking my torque away. I feel like there's a balance, because I don't want this thing to make torque, so it doesn't, like, grenade the engine, but at the same time, lower the gear ratio. Okay, it's still a little high on torque, but at the same time, I've had worse randomly spun vehicles than this one making 210 horsepower, so it's not as underpowered as you might think. Springs and lifters, like this is just the default settings for when you tell it to set up for power, so I can adjust this stuff to try and get the thing running a little better. That's putting the torque up. I feel if we make some of the exhausts and stuff larger, that might lower torque. And at this point, even if it does slightly hurt the power, we do not want that torque blowing up the engine. Just anything really, I think, to get it down without causing major issues. I think we can make the exhaust itself bigger. That might hit torque. So, 203. It looks like we're going to be sticking around 200 horsepower just because of the torque. It's not too bad for a 4-cylinder, but when you think it's like 3.5 litres, yeah, not great. So, is there an intercooler on the supercharger, I wonder? Because sometimes we're moving the intercooler, or just like setting it to 0, yeah. I mean, it's not doing that because sometimes you can like take off the intercooler and then it loses loads of torque and ultimately enables a little more power to be made. Okay, lowering the supercharger tune. That seems to be giving me power without really affecting the torque. So that's not the worst thing I can do. I've got continuous valve lift. That's not something I can adjust. And we've only got intake valve timing. So we can probably raise that up a little. Granted, it does only rev to 6400 because of the crankshaft. It's not giving me great internals, and it's a massive engine, so it's probably going to be a bit more trucky of an engine, even with the torque having to be deliberately restricted to keep the thing going where it's supposed to. Nitromethane, I think it is, and we've got 9.2 miles per gallon. It is 214. If I can get 220 at this point with the crazy torque it's making just being too much, I think I'll settle for that. 220 is probably enough to move it, given it's fairly lightweight. The carburetor's size, I doubt making this smaller will do any good. No. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a massive airflow restriction. No, apparently. I don't think that's restricted at all if it's on 100%. Is it? Or either that or it's like pretty good. Same as the intercooler, which there is not one of. Does raising the timing, I wonder, lower the torque? Because at this point, it's just desperation. Can I make the torque lower by tweaking any one thing? Feels like almost timing lowers the torque, but it also lowers the power. 297.7. Yeah, it's like going lower on the fuel map and the carb and stuff. I think I'm going to have to lower the torque with a supercharger because it looks like that's the only way I'm going to get it down. And I don't want it to exceed the limits, which it says is 281. I mean, sure, you can probably technically get away with it, but I don't like the idea. It probably doesn't help. It's giving me like low intake and low compact cast for the header and manifold. It's probably just not ideal to have that. Now, if we go, this gear ratio and the supercharger size, so I feel like I'm just not going to really take advantage of the supercharger as it is, but if that's the case, then I guess so be it. So we can go smaller there, maybe? 274, okay. I'm sure the torque just ramped up here when I changed the gear ratio. Maybe we make that smaller as well. Like, as I say, okay, somewhere with that supercharger size and the gear ratio, it's just like, nope, I'm not going to make torque anymore. So, if we raise the gear ratio, torque is a little on the higher side here. There's all so much I can do. I mean, as I say, the engine does not like taking the torque, and I can't really change the size. I could try and, like, glitch it and say, or not glitch it, but, like, cheat it, and the wheel said 4 litres or under, so as long as it's over 3 litres, I'm fine, but I don't just want to cheat a wheel, because we don't question the wheel's decisions. The wheel is always correct in everything it says and does. We do not question it. So we've got the cam profile. Maybe raising that would help. Yeah, I think it is. I maybe won't even get 220. Like, the power has taken a pretty big hit here as I've tried to make this somewhat usable for torque. Raising the cam profile is dropping the torque, so that's somewhat useful. Can we make this slightly larger or make the tune slightly different? Doesn't so much like that. I feel like it's the supercharger gear ratio and the supercharger tune are the things I really have to adjust at this point. 817. Maybe a slightly larger supercharger but with a low gear ratio, I don't know. Nope. Okay, that's just about falling into the torque range I want, and it doesn't look like it's gonna explode as badly. The torque is really hitting this, though, and there's not much I can do about that. Power starts going wobbly if I try and make the supercharger tune too much. So, we've got I think the springs and lifters can go up a little. We have the RPM to play with, just not the torque. At least as things stand. Bit of a difficult engine to work with here. It has one advantage though, that for this type of vehicle, it's not the least powerful. The Toasty Wheels Civic thing it built, that was 203 if I remember correctly, so we are making more overall power than that. Not by much though, and for a larger engine as well, I believe. I think that was like a 3 litre, because not much 5-cylinder would fit in that car. It's making some power though. There was also the V12 that, I think it was a 3 litre V12 that was just completely pitiful for power. That was in, what was it, Mystery Party Wagon. Hi F1, I'm building a van because the wheel has decided so. Yeah, that's what I got. It's weird. And it's given me like a 3.5 litre 4-cylinder to work with. It's not the easiest. So, there is, yeah, there's just, it's struggling to make anything. And the torque will just blow up the engine if I try and raise the torque up. I mean, it has a supercharger, but I'm not making much use of a supercharger. Because the supercharger is just like, raising the torque, and then that's not something I can do. If it can make 210, I think I'll count that as enough of a win. Things could be a lot worse than the 210. It's looking like it's raising itself to. So we've got all those complaints. It's not complaining about the compression. 9.5 miles per gallon. Yes, that is very good. It also has no catalytic converter, so I don't think the environment is going to like me, honestly. So we've got 209.1. I mean, the fuel map, it's really here what gives me more power. I think I've got enough torque space to just change these things a little to get more power, but not a lot. The torque limit on the right is 281. I'm already close to it, and that's after I've tried to limit the torque artificially. I mean, the advantage I can say there is to it, it's going to beat a lot of the Volkswagen Flat 4s. So, you know, not the hugest amount of power, but the engine that would be in one of these kinds of vehicles from stock is probably not as powerful. So I could actually try the carburetor. I didn't think a single barrel, single carburetor would help, but it's one thing to adjust. No, it just takes power. Okay, we're using all the carburetor. I don't think that's a restricting factor though. Like, the carburetor is bad, but honestly there's so much wrong with this engine. It's also pretty quiet, despite having one muffler and no catalytic converters. 209.7. Almost hitting 210. I think that's something I can manage. Via one means or another, I can manage the 210, I think. Does it want a larger exhaust or a smaller exhaust, perhaps? 210, yes. It's finally done it. The exhaust was just too large. So 210.6, 211 at 6,000 RPM, so it's making that a quite a low RPM. Raising up the torque as well a little by doing this. Just to the point we want the torque raised up to. I think that's as good as I'm going to get. Like, this could have made 300 in an ideal world, but it's not an ideal world. It is a world of randomness. So, that is why things have turned out this way. I can see how it sounds, because I've done that before, but I don't know if it will have changed. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's showing on the stream at all, not visually, audio-wise, because the thing is very quiet. Even with just one muffler, it is very quiet. Well, I mean, it's got, like, the straight through, but I don't think that changes noise at all from just having nothing there. Or almost at all. Yeah, it's just very quiet. So we have some power, Looks like I might get 155 if I'm lucky, which is probably actually for the better with the 3-speed transmission it has given me. And that's lucky. It could have given me a 2-speed. Okay, 150. I don't know about the aerodynamics, because it has given me all of the aerodynamics that I'm able to use. So how is it holding itself down to the road? Not terribly, but it is still making lift. Yeah, it's making lift on the front, but not a huge amount of it, so that's not dreadful. Lower the rear wing a little. Yeah, so there's a little bit of lift on the front, but I'm sure I will have built less controllable vehicles in the past. The only thing is, I would say lower it. I can't lower it because of a live coil on the front. I have built worse for aerodynamics, though. The thing is probably going to pin itself down quite well in the grand scheme of things. So 1256 for kilograms, and I'm thinking I should turn this into like some kind of track van. I don't know. I mean, I was going for the 60s look originally. I still think I could try and do that. But I mean, I don't know what else is actually going to make this thing look like a legitimate car and not just a completely crazy wheel contraption. It has built a lot worse than this, though. In the grand scheme of things, it's not been horrendously cruel. So the rear sway bar, they're double wishbones, so they may want more anti-sway than the non-independent front suspension. Hard to say at times. Tuning these two things together is kind of tricky. The comfort is actually amazingly good, 11.8 comfort. I mean, it's not brilliant, but some cars that the wheel has built have just had no comfort whatsoever. That is actually a level of comfort, which I'm surprised by. I could probably remove the rear, not into what was the rear camber, and then go back to it later when I've got the basis of the setup set up. Then if it needs a camber to help it a little, that is good, and I can use it. No leaf springs, and I can say that's a good thing. So front brake force is low. The car tends to oversteer. I can, oh, well, car, it's not much of a car. I can try and change the front width of the tyres. Can also make the wheels larger, which should give it, that should give it more sizable brakes, or at least potentially more sizable brakes. Not sure I need to make them 17s. I can try 16s. If it absolutely needs bigger, I have the option to put them on. I mean, there's a lot to tune. I've done the engine pretty much. I wonder if changing these will actually change the amount of downforce on the front. It's unlikely, but maybe it makes less lift. I don't think it really makes a difference. Sometimes changing strange things, though, can affect the aerodynamics in weird ways. Okay, because this is rear-wheel drive, as it's decided, I don't necessarily need massive front tyres. That's not necessarily going to do any good for it. There is body morphs, so I could see if I can raise that out. Nope, that's out as far as it'll go. I mean, 295s for a small, fairly light vehicle are not that bad. I mean, it's under 1,300 kilos, so they should be enough. Don't want too much tyre on the front, because I don't want it to oversteer. And that can also somewhat help manage the weird suspension system. So, brakes are pretty good, but pretty good for like untuned brakes, but we can ramp them up to 325s. And that is good. 36.5. We can make this even better, I think. Like, this is going to slow, especially for something that's not on full-out race tyres. The radials are definitely going to help, though, in terms of what we can manage. So we've got carbon ceramic on the back. They can probably be made smaller without risk of brake fade, especially since the engine is there. A little less weight on the back won't hurt us. And that is indeed making the sportiness and the drivability go up. So I can't complain too much about that. Is it complaining about brake fade at all? The rear brake force is high. It's complaining about a very slight brake fade. I don't think that's going to be an issue. It's not exactly going to be raced at Le Mans. If it was, then I think other issues would show up. So I don't think the brake fade is going to be that much of an issue. I'd bias drivability, I think, on the brakes more than sportiness. But ultimately, well, the front brakes will be measured by sportiness. The rear brakes will be measured by... The rear brakes will be measured by drivability, because that's the way to get a drivable car. I think if you measure the rear brakes by sportiness, it does something typically that's quick, but not very controllable. But front brakes, sportiness is usually pretty accurate on which one is best for it. So, typically, the rear brakes don't do near as much for braking performance. It's 36.7. Not sure what it was before, but it's decent. I mean, the sport radials do give it good performance there. So, what have we got for... Is it description? Yeah, the downforce is still not ideal. Still making a little bit of lift on the front, which I think is acceptable enough. It only does 150, so we're not going to be taking this to 200 miles per hour. 56% rear. So the brakes are kind of moving the weight balance forwards just a little. Can we make them smaller? Yeah, it helps drivability. Like I say, drivability is the important thing for just in the rear brakes. Sportiness doesn't matter too much. That matters on the front brakes quite a bit, though. And I mean, they are, as being carbon ceramics, they are not fading badly at all. Also helped by the fact this car, or this van, is so light that it's just not going to need it. So, we've got that. The pad type, I could try and improve it. Yeah, sportiness likes more pads now. Now the front-rear balance is a little better. So yeah, that's what I'm going to use sportiness for, just to try and get the most brake force I possibly can out of this, but I don't think it's going to be bad. And it's a van, which means we have plenty of space for Maxwell in here. Like, that is totally why vans were invented. 20.9. I mean, it's losing comfort, but I don't think that's an issue if we're going for speed. So, size, we can try and make that smaller, but I don't think it really has an advantage. Do we want smaller brakes on the back, I wonder? Nope. I mean, I can try adjusting various things like the rear force. I don't think we're getting brake fade. The rear brake force is very high, it says. No complaints on brake fade. That would be the issue. Like, complaining the brake force is high, that's basically saying I've done a good job. Good job, the car is slowing down. I mean, I know there's more to it than that if you're actually trying to build a practical, everyday, usable vehicle, but... It's, sometimes... I don't know. So, yeah. You want it to be sporty here and good braking, because that's going to make the vehicle quick. And it's got to compete with some random vehicles that have actually got full-on race tyres, be them cross-ply or radials. If they are full-out race tyres... So yeah, I want good drivability here. Yeah, so 200, it likes them being a little larger now, which kind of makes sense. These things will get moved around and shuffled as I change the other bits. So 36.6, I think I'll take that for now. The thing is going to slow. It's not the absolute greatest vehicle that the wheel has built for braking, but it's far from the worst. Can probably actually move those wheels out, because you don't have to make them wider to get them moved out. Yes, this is one mighty van. You can probably do that actually and then move it out even more. I don't know, they look like unrealistically stuck out the arches though. I mean, maybe they are, but it's probably going to make it perform better. So if we go and change that... Yeah, so for sportiness still wants these tyre figures. It's just trying to make this kind of work. So I don't want to make the tyres like overly small when they are spaced out differently. It does have exhaust, like somewhere around there. It takes a single exhaust, I think because the back bumper is moved forward quite a bit, but still fits the engine in, might I add. It's, the exhaust, there's just no space for it to go. I could probably put them, like, through the boot lid or something, just to get them, like, shuffled out the way. I mean, that might work. We've got some design stuff to do as well. Where is the drive line? Sometimes you can extend like the first gear and not lose that much performance if you use a 0 to 60 in just one gear. This has not got crazy power though, so yeah, predictably it doesn't do that all that well. I think we can brake under 5 seconds for acceleration. Maybe? I don't know. Even if it only does 6 seconds, for the power that is pretty good. For something with 210-ish horsepower. Like, it's not the most hopeless car for power, as I say. It's not great, but given what this could have been, it could have been, like, capped off by some terrible carburettor. At least it is pushing enough air through to get some power and torque, if the torque has had to be restricted for the engine safety. It seems to have lost top end. I wonder why that is. Still doing 148. It's not particularly bad, but I think it's just because this thing is a brick. Like, it's going to hit the air, and then it's going to just struggle to get through the air. I think if I go with some rounder headlights, that would be a good idea. So, yeah, the front seats are probably going to be, like, on top of that. I'm not so sure I can change it all that much, but I can put something there. Imagine hiding a Maxwell under the seats. I don't think that's practical, though. So, if we use these finer tuning thingies and see what we've got for how it fits together. I think this has the width, honestly, to handle the roll from this live coil. I don't think it's going to be the absolute worst to drive. I mean, live coil has handled decently on vehicles before. It's just never as good as independent. And it does sit taller. In this vehicle's case, it doesn't look like it sits tall at all, so I think it'll be usable. The mirror left rims and... no, I don't want to do that. So, that's the wheels. We need the body. Like, there's the firewall and stuff. I don't think I'll be able to change much of that on the front, but... no. So, we might be able to change the rear firewall, though. Move that back. Because it is rear engine, so, yeah. Can move that right back. I mean, that's kind of behind it. So, I can see there's just, like, a bit of it sticking through there. So, if I just maneuver that a little, it's no problem there. So, that's just going to be overall better. I'd say if we want passengers, we're not really going to get passengers in here, but we can fit Maxwells in. As I say though, I kind of want to turn this into a camper van. I mean, there is Hugh's basic chassis, so I can avoid this stuff entirely, but there is still some kind of chassis holding the car together. So I think if I do that, yeah. Like, it's a very basic chassis, but it's something to hold the car together, or the van together, and I think overall that's going to be a better option for the design of it. We do also have to, hopefully change stuff overall about the coloration, because the wheel has kindly given me 2 colours. I mean, I don't know if I could make this whole thing salmon coloured, like, I don't know, the flying fish. Because it is kind of salmon coloured, so call it the flying fish and we'll do that. There's various bits, so exhaust, suspension, all that. Go down, window trim, we won't be changing that, but there is this. Now, as I say about Maxwell, there's going to be a Maxwell in the back, and that's where we can use the purple for, give him some groovy beds and stuff. I do kind of like the camper van, though, feel I could go with. Has this got 2 sliding doors? Yeah, some vans only have the sliding doors on one side. That is not the case here. We have luxury. So, the wheels. I mean, I could make the wheels this kind of purpley colour. I'm not sure it works, though. But That is something that can be done. I don't quite like that front lip. I feel like if I put something lower down, it would actually look good as kind of a street tuned van of sorts. I don't know if being rear-wheel drive makes this thing lower than it would be with all-wheel drive. I don't think automation calculates it like that. Although, granted, it does make it lighter. That is definitely one thing automation does. I mean, this is a space frame, so... And I think the way these basic frames are, they do make the floor a little taller. Granted, I think we can live with that. If we set the body on top of this frame... So I think if we have the... We must have a frame there, chassis. So if we like change that to something, if we change that all to the body colour, I have an idea. Because as I say, they're like separate elements. So if we use a three-dimensional fixtures, could go with some nicer windows on the top. As far as I know, there's no like rule saying you can't have a glass roof on a van. I don't think there's any law against that much. So, you know, we could run with that. Typically, vans don't have side windows, but we could have a massive window on the top, and I don't think there's like any ruling against it or something. In fact, now I mention it, instead of just going to the 3D, it's probably best if I'm going to put a massive window on. Ooh, we could have a sliding top, yes. Excellent. I like this. So we want to flip it that way, not the way I was moving it. Yeah, I quite like this. And it doesn't even impede on the rear wing space. So we can have the rear wing still functional, theoretically. I don't know if it'll work if I stretch it that way. Because sometimes these fixtures do start looking really off if you stretch them out just one way. I think this one's fine with it. So that's a nice window. I mean, you can have some like camper vans with a pop-up roofs. I don't think they're in this game. There's also that, like... That's an half-open version. Imagine that downforce, that adding downforce. I don't think that will happen. So that's like, I don't know, I think that's in the ventilation space. But at the same time, this will probably just be a fixed sunroof, if I'm honest. If this thing ever actually made it into production, it would probably be a fixed position sunroof. Because there's one on the back which opens and stuff. You don't want to lose too much stiffness by having a million different opening fixtures. There we go. I can also change the window transparency. So it's somewhere here. I think it's body. I usually make it about 0.9 because it works. And it does still have clear, visible glass there. So that's pretty airy, actually, for a van in the front. And I like it. And then we have this one on the back, which isn't actually a window. It's just a removable top. I could try and turn that around and say, like, it's obviously a van feature. It's just so you can fit larger planks of wood in your van. And somehow make them increase the height and likely to get knocked off when you go under a bridge. But that's not an issue we talk about here. So we have the 3D. So there we go. Move that down. Maybe this will become clear anytime now what I'm trying to do with this. I keep getting paranoid and thinking it's not on the 3D setting. Obviously, I slid it down to the lower part of the body. It is on 3D. Granted, I think these might let you move them. Some things do let you move them even if they're on 2D. So this is what I'm thinking because of how it's like overall structured. Can try pivoting it maybe. I feel like I'm almost there. So what I'm thinking here, if I can add that as if it's There's no exhaust or anything running under there, so I don't have to worry about interfering with that. But this is going to be like an under tray, almost like a unitary. I mean, it is technically space frame. It's actually a pretty good space frame as well. It's not just like made of super cheap material. I think it's AHS steel. So as far as space frames go, it actually has a really rather good chassis. I mean, there's other ones, there's like unitaries and stuff. I think this is probably one of the better chassis available in the game. All the better that it's not held me back with leaf springs. Because I feel like that would just be cruel. So that's going to be our floor. It's got like that raised floor like vans sometimes have. And the chassis just like blends in there seamlessly, fairly seamlessly. Can probably move that down. But yeah, the chassis kind of blends in here fairly seamlessly. And I've ungrabbed it. I'm probably not going to make this salmon coloured. Well, I call it salmon. Technically it's not salmon, it's just a randomly generated colour, but I can see it working. I mean, I could go with carpet in the other colour. So if we've got the random colour selected, I can just copy it off here. And then I can make another thing for like carpetry and stuff. As long as that doesn't show below, I think I can make this work. So we've got that. I'll add a new colour. There's leather, it's going to be cloth, I think. It makes sense that the floor would be some kind of cloth. That's one groovy carpet, I think. I mean, a salmon is a bit more of an understated colour, but I don't hate it. It's like a very dark kind of pink, is it? Pinkish red? Pinkish red kind of colour. And so we've got that. We can drag that up a little. Can go purple on this as well. So the idea is here, like, the chassis is there, but it looks like it's just the van with a raised floor on the inside. I mean, I could even put some, like, black plastic there or something, like it's a step. But I think for now, this is a way of doing it. I mean, Maxwell will probably go above the engine. Sometimes, I think if I've seen these before, they typically have a bed on the back or something of that nature above the engine. Because this is actually much like a real Volkswagen. This is a flat engine. So you can see maybe where I've done that. I guess technically they're more day vans, but the idea remains. We've got, yeah. So there's various seats here. I think we want something that's more like that. Yeah, just because we can angle that over and it'll go into the cabin quite nicely. This is also probably going to be the purplish colour. I mean, I don't know exactly though. Like, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should keep some contrast because if this is supposed to be a different material. I could probably just make it black or something. I think purple and black would actually go together quite nicely. So if I have like maybe black seats and purple carpet and side panels and stuff lower down, I think that might be a combo that works and kind of honours the wheels wishes. Or I could just go full out crazy purple disco van. No, a disco van would be something different. That would be a Land Rover. So, yeah, that's not exactly what I'm trying to build. I mean, if I move that out, how does the body cover that up? You know what? I think I can get away with a fair bit here, actually. So if I just raise that up slightly, maybe tilt it a little. Yeah, indeed. Like, that looks pretty decent. I mean, granted, there is sticking out the body there, but aside from that, I think if I make this slightly larger in just about all ways, or particularly in these two ways, and then I can maybe make it smaller that way so I can mirror it, and it'll still work. Something like this. Can I lower them? I think I did make them larger. Yeah, I might be that close to just getting these to work. How does that blend? I think that blends decently well. So this is just like what I'm going with. The carburettor might stick up, but I may have a sneaky plan to put a Maxwell on top of a carburettor. Then no one will ever know there is a carburettor there. Ah, the one joy of having like a tiny, terrible carburettor. Granted, do I want purple here? I mean, I think I could like keep the running theme of the purple, like just flowing over these rear wheels. I'll probably stop the rear wheels being purple though. I'll probably make them like silver again or even black. But, I don't know, black would look a little like Steely's. Since we're being given forged, I mean, I feel like I might as well try and use that properly. So I think is that... No, the y-axis is the wrong one. It is Z. Z is what I want. So, I mean, that could maybe raise up. If that's behind the rear bumper, I think it'll be fine. So, yeah. I mean, we're building a nice cat bed, I think. So maybe if I think that's a little off. The issue is I'm using this the wrong way around, so if it looks a little off, it's probably off. But I think I have just enough space to kind of get this fit in the car or in the van. I keep confusing it. It is a van. It's like quite clearly a van, but I keep calling it a car. There we go. So just like, it's not, well, that's kind of impeding on the rear arch, but you have to look really closely to actually see that it's like sticking through a little. I think that'll be fine. I do kind of like the van bodies though, because they give you a lot of creativity. This is not so much a small van as the one before. I think the other one I did was really small. But this, at least wheelbase-wise, this is definitely a small van. 2.1 meters is not a long wheelbase at all. Some of the smallest cars in the game have this kind of wheelbase. I can't help but think that I still canted. If I tip this one, though, it'll be tipped towards the middle, so I can make that work for me. And for Maxwell. There we go. I kind of want to put bedding on it and stuff. But I don't know how I'd go about that. Okay, so they like stick through the edge. I mean, it's not ideal, but I think I'll have to scoot them in. Just enough to kind of make it work. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of lucky I got this as good as I did anyway. So, how does that fit? Quite well. You can actually see it underneath there. But if I enhance the bumper, should I say, if I had a larger bumper, which I think I could do, that would work. I mean, I don't think adding a diffuser would do that much since I've already got a wing. I'll probably change that wing, as I say. I might go completely crazy with a wing, because it would look fun. Like, just having a excessively large, full-out race car wing on a van. So, we've got the bumper bars. There must be something here. Well, that one's got, like, 2 steps. Well, not this one. I grabbed the wrong one. I mean, this, I think, would have to go in 3D to get what I want to be achieved with it. I think this is a more squared off body, so it may work, but it wouldn't work with everything. I think I might also want a piece without the plastic trim, which I believe there is. Yeah, there we go. Easier to, like, manipulate and stuff. Maybe if I put that the other way up, actually, because I'm thinking... Yeah, I think that looks a little more sporting. Yeah, so it's not quite as squared off as I would have liked it to be, but... At the same time, like, what am I supposed to do? So if we move that in... Like, just cover up the main bumper, maybe. That does cover up the purplish bed a little. Kind of looks a little more like a chunky American bumper when it's this large. I do like chrome. I probably won't be changing this, as I say. I'm going to do a lot of the interior in the purplish colour, so I think that's enough to satisfy the prompt for colours it's given me. I could, if I wanted sportiness, I could go black, but then at the same time, the black bodywork trend was something more of a something more of a 70s than the 60s, so if I'm going for a 60s look with this, it probably wouldn't have black bodywork, just because that wasn't really something people did back then. Maybe raise that up. I mean, the lower this bumper goes, though, I think the more sporting it will become. And I can stretch those bumpers a little in the, like, body morph thing. So I can make that less in the way. Because it was sticking through that bumper a little. Like, having the bumpers combine and try and transform. I could also go chrome here. Like, I can go completely mad with the chrome, I think. That's why I don't deserve freedom when building a car. I just add chrome everywhere. So, there's wheel arches somewhere. I don't know if it's 3D. Somewhere there's like these extra wheel arches and you can make them chrome. I don't think it's that. I mean, that is a wheel arch. I don't think it's what I'm looking for. I mean, I might be able to get it working, but it wasn't the one I was looking for. Granted, what do I have here? Because sometimes if you don't get something that's easy to stretch out... Yeah, like, I don't think that would even cover the full wheel. They are somewhere, though. So... the... interior? No, it's not going to be an interior. It's going to be somewhere on the exterior. There is exhaust tips. How will they look? I mean, there's a single exhaust. Like, that should attach to the exhaust somehow. I don't know. Like, there is exhaust sticking through the bumper, as you'll see. And there's only going to be one of these that's functional because the wheel decided on single exhaust. But I can still put two here and have, like, a fake exhaust tip. Even if it's not very befitting of something from the 60s. I mean, it's not like it's never been done, that's my point. There have been fake exhausts. So... yeah, there's various stuff we can do on the interior. Actually get a nice view in there. I mean, as I say, there is a carburetor there. It will be covered, one way or another. You will not know there's a carburetor sticking through the rear like, seat. I do want to find these. Is it body... body moulding. I finally got it. It's these. Body torture mod. But you can do a lot with these in terms of just adding chrome. There's different ones. Some of them I think are a little smaller and they won't impede on the bed quite so much. Some of them you can, I think... they might be some of the smaller ones. But you can, like, make the internal part, like, invisible on certain ones. Arch free. I mean, I can try and, like, compress it down. It's not looking good for the car, though. Ooh, there's these more squared off ones. They might actually work on here. Yeah, so I can make them smaller. Not sure if this is actually going to work, but I can try it. Make them smaller. I feel like I'm almost there with this one. At least to like a somewhat acceptable level. I might not want that to be so low, but I don't know, because low is sporty. I guess it's like, if it's lower than the bumper in front of it, that's probably not a good idea. There's also that side thing. I don't think I can do too much about that. Yeah. Like, this is, I doubt it'll help to go in 2D mode. Apparently there is no 2D mode. It just stays on 3D if I put it on 2D. So, okay, that's a bumper. Like, it's not the best job. I can probably put some trim there to seal the gap. They are not intruding, actually, on the cabin at all now I've lowered them. That's good. It's actually a floor is intruding more than the wheel arch. Can probably make this a little bit shorter because... I don't know, I want it to look like it attaches actually to the body, though. I guess if I'm on 3D mode, I'm probably being dumb and I can just do like that. There, that wasn't hard. Now, if I can make these bits chrome in the actual, like, body adjuster, it's certainly not a small van width with all this stuff I'm doing to it. It's, like, technically a small body, but the width isn't small because it's gained quite a lot of width as I've adjusted it. Wait, that's on 2D. I thought it was on 3D. Oh, it's on 2D. I'm not sure it makes so much difference, though. So I think this can maybe be raised up a little. Does look like the front is a little taller up than the back. Looks almost like the front has smaller openings. I mean, I could try and move out a little more on the front, but I don't think I'll need to. Like, that is not perfect. But if I go and I mirror this bumper somewhat to the front, there's probably a fixture thing. There we go. Like, mirroring these is maybe not ideal. Unless I could try that, like, less curve maybe. Because there's no exhaust or anything to house there. There's no engine at the front even, so I don't think that's an issue. I feel like I get too involved with, like, actually making these things look good. I could make this wheel a little, not wheel, this bumper a little shorter. It's almost there. I feel like it needs a chunkier bumper on the back. It doesn't quite so much need a really chunky bumper on the front. So making that smaller isn't going to hurt the design as much as I might be thinking it does. It's got like an American car front end where it's all about authoritarianness, so they make it all longer to say, I am here and my car is big, or something like that. So, yeah, as I say, I think I did this on the rear because I bought the bumper out originally and then it's not actually looking good in the final product. It's weird because I feel like where am I supposed to put the front lip which the wheel has requested? Somewhere. I don't know. If I move that in, does that... I think that does actually make it easier to fit that wheel arch on because I think, yeah, it brings out that on the... around it. Granted, I do think the front wheel arches are like slightly shorter, so to make that fit, I kind of have to do that. Could probably do it on the back as well, actually. I do want to change the wheels. I mean, I'll probably not make the wheels chrome, but I'll probably make them some kind of silver colour because too much chrome on this. I've added just so much chrome. Yes, that rear bumper is even too tall. Shorten that a little, and there we go. that lower. There we go. I don't know if that's quite correct. I'm trying to match it all up. There we are. No, there we aren't. It was better at the old angle, and then I just changed it. So, there is, there's some space here which I could put steps in. I think that would look decent. Chromed steps, especially. Like, I don't know if there's any, 3D stuff. It'll probably be in body molding, to be honest. There's a truck bed. An entire truck bed in body molding. I did not know that. Must have downloaded it at some point. So, I don't know if there's any, like, definite steps. If there's anything, it's going to be that. Ah, that's like, I think indent is a term, but kind of looks decent. So we've got 3D. Is there anything here that might be like a side step? I can just try and make one if I can't find any. Solar panels. I mean, you know what? If there's ever been a vehicle that could have a solar panel, it's probably this one. Where I would fit it, I don't know. I might just go, yeah, I could put it on the side, or I could just go with tiny ones. I mean, if I'm going for the whole camper van feel, a solar panel would not be off. Maybe if I move the sunroof forward a little, then I think I could go 90 degrees with this. I mean, I can go with like a tiny solar panel or a pair of them. Because who says you need to have like the whole national power grid powered by one little van? I don't think that needs to be done. But you know, I can fit a pair here. Quite tidy, I think, between the two sunroof type ordeals. Can mirror that. It almost looks like cooling radiators or something for the engine. Even though they're meant to be solar panels. I think it's just because I downsized them so much. Could maybe squish them down. Maybe that would look a little more... Because I made them so much smaller in other ways. Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be solar panels. Whether it looks like it or not, that's another thing. These I don't think are side steps, but I just saw this piece. It looks like it could be used quite well for that application. Lower that. There we go. Ah! I clicked on wrong. They should be, I don't know, operable? Operable? That's the word I'm thinking. For side steps. And I can add like a bit of a plastic trim or something on the top, because they often have that. But the main body of the trim piece will be chrome. I'll also need to mirror this. I don't think it's gonna mirror onto the other side. And possibly like change the internal one. I don't know. Is that... I think it's actually covering it up. So that's not an issue anymore. So there's a little bit of a difference in height on the front and rear. Not mudguard, what would you call it? Maybe I'll call mudguards. Fender flares. Just try and line that up nicely. I can't seem to pivot this into the exact position I want. There's got to be a way. There might be precise numbers, but I could never find them. There we go. Okay, so I think that lines up fairly well with the bodywork. We can now mirror it and change the colour to chrome. And then, as I say, because of that, how this trim is, can raise that up, maybe move it slightly into the bodywork, and could make it carbon fibre. I think just matte plastic. Probably the easiest way to turn this into something. I mean, maybe if I move that in just enough. There you go. So that like lines up with the bodywork, kind of. It also goes on the interior, but I think I'm going to put door card panels or something there, so that should be okay. I mean, I could have done a much worse job of this, I think. It's not the prettiest job I've ever done in terms of lining stuff up, but I could have made it worse. It's got like a continual, kind of continual chrome trim going around it. I did say there's probably some kind of trim panels. I just don't know. I could make the roof black or something, but I don't think that'll work with it. Could go with chrome window trim, that's for sure. Because I've not done that, but pillar trim, no. It's like window trim, yeah. Just trying to go with a luxury I like. Can add some chrome window trim. I mean, I think that looks okay. I want at least one mirror, because I think even if we're talking in the 60s, cars always had a mirror, at the very least. So, yeah, I will be having a break in a moment for toilets, and then I will be back. Gonna have to put a text box here. Because it's easy. Where is it? There's literally a text menu and I can't find it. Type it in there. BRB. Try and center on it. Okay, and now we return to hopefully add some more stuff to this. I don't want to add max rolls. I need to add max rolls. These wheels are annoying me now, so I need to check my headphones on properly. But anyway, aluminium? Okay, that'll do for now. It came up and it's not chrome, so that should suit the wheels well enough. We do need a kind of front grille design. Granted, the engine is in the back. So what I do with this, I don't know exactly. I mean, this is not changed. Oh, it's because I put text in. Round headlights would make sense for the 60s, but this body could also take rectangular ones. I feel like round ones would look good. And it's like you could go with definitely a modernisation or the kind of more period accurate ones. What if I lowered them? How would that look? I don't know, because if we're talking sealed beams here, would they be any larger than that? I guess they should be. I feel like I'm just on the wrong lights. I mean, there's those ones. Yeah, they just look too small. I could be wrong, but it seems like they're not scaled with the body. But what I am also thinking, there's like dual lights. There's enclosures and stuff with dual lights, so if I could get two of them. Now, these are actually... Yeah, I don't know if these are going to work. I think these might be the right enclosures. Yeah, they look like they're the right size and everything. Because what I'm going for here is like the quad headlight American cars. I know it's technically like a van, but we can still have luxury. I think I'll have separate indicators. I think these ones will do the job. There is some chrome on here already. I feel like I'll add more on the enclosures. But the thing is, there was like, you couldn't conceal the lights. At least in America, you couldn't conceal the lights. So they had to just be open like that. You couldn't put like a layer of plastic on them or anything. And you also couldn't... You couldn't use certain lights. You could only use a few select ones. Like the... Of the sealed beams, you're allowed quad round ones, dual round ones, and then some rectangular ones later on. But as of the 60s, particularly the early 60s, where quad lights had just come into legality, then they became, I believe, quite a popular option. So we've got different grills. I think we want something fairly flat, because that would line up with the lights. I believe this has one. I don't know if the bars look too modern or anything, but I believe I can get this to work if I hide it behind the headlights. So then we can get that forwards. Just trying to adjust that. I don't think that looks too bad. I could have done a huge amount worse with this. I mean, I would say change this grille, but honestly, the grille goes nowhere. So having like a fake grille there, which doesn't actually have any opacity to it, it actually makes sense in this particular case. I'm not so sure I'd want that hex pattern though. That looks a little modern. So if we're going, again, if we're going for the retro theme. I mean, there's other ways of doing this. I think those oval shapes look a little more time period accurate. Maybe not a lot, but still. Or I could just go with black plastic even. Because I think it's one of those things, you could keep asking questions about it, but if you saw that at just a first glance, that looks like a grille. I mean, it's not the... It doesn't go anywhere, but it looks like a grille, and that's kind of what I'm going for. Can probably put the badge above this. I think that front section is okay, though. It's not the prettiest I've ever done, but cast a few indicators down here. Let's go with some rectangular ones, perhaps. I feel like that will do the job. Maybe just circular ones. Circular ones would go with the 60s feel better. I mean, I could just, like, pin them to the grille like so. Maybe go a layer forwards. I don't think they look so off, and they are indicators. Could probably change that. I think that's not quite chrome. That would line up a bit better now. There we go. I mean, I would say it's like, I would say it doesn't look right, but at the same time, for what it is, I think it's fine. Could probably move them inwards a little so there is some separation between the headlights and the indicators, but so long as it's a functional design. Maybe it'll grow on me, I don't know. I don't think that's the worst design I've done by any means. The windshield is actually massive. I didn't realise that. Well, at least for a smaller wheelbase vehicle. So we'll go with this. Put the wheel badge here. I could actually have it just above the grille. I think that would look decent. I mean, it's crazy how low these headlights look, but then the whole van is fairly tall off the ground, so it's not like it's as off as it could be. Get the V. We'll pivot that. Try and center it so it's easier to zoom in on. I do need to change the brand to... I do need to change a brand to Wheel in the actual name. Because the Wheel has built this car. The design totally isn't ruined by me. It's totally ruined by the Wheel. Okay. I don't know if that lines up. I always get obsessive about like lining this badge up perfectly, although in reality if we're looking at a car from the 60s, there's a good chance the build quality wouldn't be exactly perfect. Door handles, gonna go with something hopefully that looks fairly utility. Some of these do look a lot more modern. Oh, there we go. These look like they're kind of classic handles, and it won't even let me grab them. It's doing that kind of glitchy thing again. And that bumper is like blocking off half the interior. I did not realise that. I think I can still make it work. So, well, I say I think I can make it work. I could actually just go with a normal bumper on the front, honestly. That's been irritating me now, ever since I first saw it. I keep thinking this thing going to tip over. It's got a fiberglass body, so it might not be that terrible. There's probably other issues, though, like this thing wobbling all over the place. Alright, so the bumper does need changing, though, because if I don't do that, it just ain't going to look good. Ooh, we've got those. I don't think I'll be using those indicators. That bumper in general just looks a little too modern for the overall feel I'm trying to go for. There is one. Ah, there we go. I don't know if that was from a Volkswagen or whatever, but it's got these pieces on the side, so it's a little more interesting. Now, leaving this in 2D mode. Excellent. So, I don't think I actually want that. I think I want a cleaner bumper. Just a simpler bumper. So then we can maybe make that larger. I mean, I could extend the bumper on the front, honestly. Because once I've got this out, if that makes sense. Oh dear, I've moved something and I don't know what it was, but it wasn't the bumper. I don't think the bumper wants to go any lower. Could I extend the height? That works. Okay, so that's a little bit of a strange roundabout way of doing it, but there is a bumper there now. I think it does kind of look sporty. If I go, maybe if I add another one of these, but in 3D mode. Like, this isn't going to intrude on the interior space all that much because looks almost like the 70s cars where they have the bumper extensions. Because I'll put a bumper on a bumper. Not so sure I like it, but there is a bumper on a bumper. Actually, even if we're going 2D, the way it's positioned... Okay, that's good. That's chunkier. So putting a bumper on top of a bumper looks like it was the answer. I mean, who would have guessed? And I think that blends together quite nicely, actually. Ooh, I've had an idea. How to hide this front lip. Because it's that kind of shape. Probably have to make it a bit narrower. But it's that kind of shape that I could just have this as like a visor type thing. And it would actually fit this kind of vehicle as well. If I have like a little body coloured visor, which is actually a downforce ring, as the wheel has asked for, but it doesn't immediately look like it. It just looks like an accessory. Okay, got to just catch that on there. Now I have to try and get the width exactly right, and it's hard. Okay, I think that should do. Like most things, it's not perfect, but that actually provides downforce without looking too far off. I do feel like I want to do the handling justice on this. I don't want to build this and then have terrible handling. Maybe these kind of mirrors. They actually work. Can extend them back a little more as well, but I don't think that's something we'll need to do. Seems like unless I'm on 3D mode with the mirrors, they always point outwards too much. But you want them to point in a little so, you know, they can reflect light properly at the driver so the driver can see. But they always seem to point out way too much. As if, you know, you're not going to see behind the car that way. You're just going to see next to it because they're at such a strange angle. I think they look okay. Maybe I could bring them closer. No, they're in the bodywork properly. They look better than they did. They're at least somehow lined up. I will be making them fully chromed, naturally. I can put some, like, text on the side, kind of. Because vans do have that. I think the part there where it attaches can be the, like, rubbery, plasticky colour. But I can make the rest of it chrome. Although, I don't know. Yeah, if that's, like, rubber and it has adjustment on, I think the higher up piece can still be chrome. Nope. It can't be. They all change at once. I think that will do. It has now got mirrors. There is like a centre mirror somewhere, but I never use it. I never remember to use it. Is that one? I think that looks like it could be, perhaps. No, they're side mirrors. So, I don't know how I'll design the rear, but I didn't know how I was going to design the front, and I kind of just did that, and it actually works decently well. The interior will need to see if we can remove the body for now. I mean, I've got the little, like, bed thing in the back. I don't know what else, how else I will put the other camper van-y type stuff in there. I mean, I might just have it so, like, one of the doors leads to nothing, or one of the doors leads to, like, the back of the kitchen or whatever, and only one of them is actually useful. Because I think that's been done before. Even if it's not necessarily the best decision. I have put bucket seats in these cars before, but I feel this is one vehicle where a bench might actually make more sense. I think I did just select 2 seats, but can go with like a full comfy bench. I'm not so sure this will work though. It probably is better if there's no like side armrest or anything. I use this bench far too much, mainly for cat beds. because it works. There we go. Okay, so we've got a bench. That's actually far too low. I was like, this is not going to be working. I don't know, like, I can just sit it on the chassis, but I think if I go raise that up a little, like, that's probably about correct. Can make it larger, though, because this bench is not filling the space available to it correctly. But position-wise, yeah, that's a little large, a little too large. That should work. I feel like I'm repeating myself. Okay. There is a seat there now. So, okay. That's pretty good. I can tie that together in the back quite nicely. Hi, Elena. I mean, I'm being slow, but I am building a... I'm building a camper van. It's a thing. It's going to have cats. I will remember. But currently, I've been trying to get the bodywork to work properly. The wheel decided to basically build a camper van. That's a comfortable chair, I'm sure. And I've used the wheel's colours as well. I think quite wisely. That is not the colour I wanted, but I have copied... Yeah, I've copied the lower one. There is actually the cheese avatar. That is available still. Unless something's wrong with my software. It should be there. Maybe if I shuffle that around. Trying to focus desperately hard on getting this connected. So there's the interior thus far. I don't know about the side panels, what I'm going to do. Because it's a van. I mean, it's going to require a kind of different approach to what I've done before on interiors. The only thing I could think of is like something you could put on the side. There is the windows, which I think you could block off. I mean, there's 3D, but that's like 3D mode. If I go interior, there might be something on the interior that I can work. Ooh, those seats would have been good if I found them earlier. But I did not. So, I do want some kind of kitchen in here. That might be the best option, actually. If I'm going to put a kitchen in, that will hide half the edge of a vehicle. There may be like a somewhat easy way I can do it if I just go on the 3D shape, sorry. And I add a shape down here somewhere. Try and get as straight as I possibly can. I don't know, it's let's go on 2D mode. It's probably actually easier if I just grab another element like that and just bring it up. Because that's pretty much flat as it is. It'll at least line up with the floor. So there we go. Have to imagine the size of our like guy or woman or whoever's gonna be standing in here. So I feel like about there is probably like surface height. You won't see that from below. And this is what I'm going with because if I get the colour tool, we should be able to make that wood. It lines up just about with the point this seat goes up at, which is kind of what I want. Although it will impede, if that's trying to be used as a bed, it will impede the already limited space. Like, what am I actually going to add in this tiny space? Because I think this is even a shortened version of an actual Volkswagen body. There is just not a huge amount of space here. So, global, defaults. There's bamboo. I mean, there's all kinds of, like, stuff I've got modded in. Unfinished wood. I don't dislike that, actually. That looks like the right kind of wood to work in here. I mean, it kind of contrasts with the purple for better or worse. Might call it Maxwell's camping wagon, I don't know. Maxwell camper vehicle. Maybe just Maxwell camper. I think the music has finished. I'll have to change that in a moment. That's somewhat sticking out of a car. I'm currently doing this work surface. It's just a way of delaying the fact I'm going to have to actually sort the sides of the van out. I think that fits together now. At least well enough for the time being. Okay, so yeah, get the other music up. It just appeared, convenient. My evil my evil doing villainy music. My doing evil comic villainy stuff music. I'm going to just think here, if I'm going to put a sink or something, that's going to make it a little more complicated. I think that needs to sit on top of the surface, kind of. I did not think I was going to be building a camper van in automation today. We can actually put a Maxwell on the work surface. But I don't know, if we have a sink and a stove top, wouldn't that mean we're going to be cooking Maxwell? Oh dear, that work surface is now sticking out of the back of the side of a van. There we go. It's almost fit. I know, it's okay. I'm just being downright dumb here because I'm like worrying about that fitting. It's not actually the piece that's sticking through, that's the other piece below it. So sticking through to an extent there, but it's not much. Yeah, there we go. So then it's this piece. I can either just move that out a little there, like so, or I'm going to have to go and ensmallen it a little. Okay. We have a kind of counter. It's not super detailed. I can probably do something with it, so like if I bring this outwards or duplicate it outwards, there we go. So extend that round a little, and that should give it like a bit of definition. So even though they're both the same kind of wood colour, you see them like standing out as if they're actual doors. I should have done that and then like focused on the positioning of this, honestly. I think that should work. Almost. Okay. It's almost as perfect as it needs to be. There we go. So, that's actually, I think I've done a decent job of it. Still, I'm going to have to torture myself here by making it, so I have to, like, add the... It's got to be somewhere. So I got that. There we go. So I'm going to have to, like, torture myself by forcing myself to make a sink fit in all of this. Like, why am I going through all this work for such a tiny detail on the vehicle? Could say it's for the art, I guess, of the whole thing. Ah, I unselected it. Somehow I don't think automation was designed to build kitchens. I just have a minor hunch that the game was not actually built to design kitchens. I should actually change the worktop material as well. But I think there should be marble here somewhere. I do remember seeing that. Granite? Okay, granite will work. It looks like worktop, so... Got that one. Yeah, I've got that granite. There we go. I don't think that's horrible. Whether or not I'm supposed to be doing this when it's, you know, this. I don't know. I probably should be putting a dashboard on it before I build a kitchen in the back, but my mind does not have these priorities right. Is there actually a sink? Because there's all like these fixtures. I'm sure I saw one. And it was like a sink that went somewhere. I don't know where. I don't know why they added a sink, but it would be perfect at this point. There's a ute tray, which could be usable if repurposed. See what's on interior and 3D. Ooh, we've got a wooden dashboard. I know this doesn't suit a Volkswagen van at all, but I kind of like it. Give it like a American dash from a luxury Lincoln or something. It's not actually that far off matching the shape of this. That's the crazy thing. That actually fits better than it has any white too. So if we remove the body... I mean, I would say to turn it, but it's like at that angle. I guess if it followed the boot lid. I feel like if I go with like a black seat in the front, it would actually have a nice separation from the back where there's all the purple. Or maybe not black. I don't know. Some kind of dark grey, perhaps. Especially if I go with like a more leathery material. So we've got that. It doesn't let you like naturally change the colour in the normal settings. I think you can do it in like advanced or something if I remember correctly. It's odd. Oh, there's a slider. Yeah, there you go. In advanced settings. So if I go with like a slight bluish hue. But very slight, mostly just very dark. I think that works quite well. And it actually fits with the front. I could go with some more luxury seats, but I just feel a bench works somehow. It ties it in all quite nicely. I said there is a ute tray somewhere, so if I can't find some kind of sink... I mean, maybe I just saw something that looked like a sink. Yeah, like they might have looked like it. The ute tray is an interesting idea, though, and it's not something I particularly hate. Oh, we've got like a spring cup holder. All of the comfort features. Because luxury. The non-luxury version would have had leaf springs on the front. But this is luxury, so we've got coil springs instead. I feel like this would kind of come out the dash or something. I would say put more wood in a dash. It's literally got a kitchen with loads of wood on. I don't know. I feel like maybe that will have to go on top of the dash, but... Nah, I can't get it in the front. I could try sticking it in the back somewhere. Could actually be a little add-on on the side of here. I mean, I don't think that's entirely out of reason. Just like someone screwed that in to hold a drink. Even if it is something to hit your leg on. So we've got tail fins. I don't know if I'll get them working. I do want a crazy wing. Which will probably ruin the entire design, but anyway. Oh, we've got a vintage roof rack. I keep finding stuff. Are there actually people watching? I don't know. I mean, feel like people could watch this in the background, honestly. I don't know. I don't think I'm that entertaining, honestly. Okay, so there's a roof rack on top of our sunroof. Our, like, folding sunroof. Gonna stack all of the camper van features here. Is Sakura just refusing to answer? Have to find that out. Sometimes, like, I'm sure sometimes she just doesn't answer for no reason whatsoever. I don't know why. Because it's like sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So, we've got windscreen wipers. I keep finding stuff to add on to this. Keep finding stuff to add on to this vehicle, but none of the stuff I should actually be finding to add on to the vehicle. There's a tray somewhere. Or like a ute tray. There we go. That's actually not a bad sink. I should have used this sooner, honestly. I was thinking this song, this playlist had finished then. Could try rotating that a little. Wait, so Sakura's just refusing to answer. Okay. Yeah, Sakura Plus. Well, a monthly subscription, like like Clip Studio. You may have the paid version, but we still want you to pay a subscription. Please buy a new version. We know you've been using it with no trouble for 6 years, but please buy a subscription. I mean, I don't know why. I don't know why she just doesn't answer sometimes. Maybe she's too sentient for her own good. Too sentient for a bot. Well, I have a sink. Is there like a tap? Ooh, there's exhaust tips. No, I saw something. I saw something. Yes. Well, this idea was had by me. So, I mean, I could just cheat this and like have the tap come out the seat. I mean, there's no drain for this, so who knows where the water's going to go when it fills up. I mean, like, why am I spending so long on this? It shouldn't be something that you burn time in this game doing. Building a kitchen sink. Oh dear, I'm Clicking on all the wrong items. There's 41 fixtures, and I feel like most of them are in the kitchen. Yeah, I mean, the... I'm not good at traditional at all, honestly. I thought of trying it with like some old pencils I got, but I just always done digital since I started in 2019 or whenever. But then Ibis Paint, I have like the paid version, but not the subscription version. I mean, it works for me. Just the ad-free one. Had that for years as well. It's just not worth spending all the money though. I've even seen like what there is on Ibis Paint, and the subscription version just doesn't add all that much, honestly. I've just thought these are actually exhaust pipes. That would be funny. I could remove the yeah, Irish paint. I know it's probably an autocorrect thing, but it's kind of funny. Irish paint. Yeah, like you can only use paint tools that were created in Ireland. I didn't know that, but like I'm thinking there's exhausts there. I wonder if it would use a sink as an exhaust. I guess if the exhaust reroutes itself through to there, it would be a nightmare with the seats and stuff. But it would be kind of funny if the sink started smoking. And that was like, oh, your exhaust was going. So... I think, can you get a mushroom? Probably not now. I'm really searching the depths of the, I'm searching for the absolute depths of the stuff here. It's an alternator. Turbo. I might have a way of using the turbo. Single barrel carb. I feel like this is just weird. It's a game about literally building cars, and I'm doing interior design in it. Actually, if I run that on the side. That actually kind of works if it's on the side of it. Okay, that could be worse. Mushroom. Yeah, I was thinking of getting a mushroom to do the, what's it called? The hole that empties the sink, but didn't get that working as I wanted to. I can put a chrome sink in, though, because of all the luxury. The drain, I think that's what they call it. There we go. Can barely even see it. The stove top is going to be a little tricky to get rendered, should I say? But I think I can do this actually relatively easily. Something like that, and then we can go... Can make it possibly chrome? I don't know. There's a lot of chrome on here. The bathroom, bedroom, and the galactical theme park. I mean, look, I don't think I can do all that, but I can add a number of Maxwells, which I will be doing. If I ever get my kitchen finished. I feel like this has to be one of the weirdest things ever built in automation, though. Like someone building an entire kitchen. I mean, I could add a cardboard box. That could be the bathroom. A low-budget bathroom. So I think if I make this smaller... I mean, I'm not sure how accurate this is, but I think I'll get it close enough. There we go. There is our stove. There's no way to turn it on or off, and I'm going to be obsessed with this now. Bathroom is a shovel and a man-made... You know what? I can actually get a shovel. A man-made hole. So yeah, I can actually get a shovel. That could work. I don't... I think that's unintentional, but it's actually a very good idea. Yeah, the thing is, it's like... The weirdest part is this is probably one of the best looking things I've ever built. And it's like, it's not even a car thing. In a game about building cars, and I'm just building a kitchen, and I've actually done a half-decent job of it all. I mean, there's also the door handles, which of course I can't miss. These will probably be chrome. Basic cylinder. I can probably just use that. If only I could if I only had render chrome as well as automation can. You can actually see like the whole design studio. Oddly, the car is missing from the reflections in the chrome. Yeah, I know, but I know you can use a shovel, but I mean you can actually get a shovel in this game, like a pre-made shovel. Like that's what I mean. It's a brilliant idea, even if it wasn't like a serious idea to put a shovel in here. This sounds like Maxwell music. Pretty sure it came before the Maxwell music, but anyway. Right, because this song sounds actually like Maxwell music, who am I to not put a Maxwell in at this moment? Pretty much done with the kitchen now, anyway. Yeah. I'm having too much fun with just spinning the Maxwell. Do the shovels last 50 years? I feel like I'm getting whipped off. Where are they getting these shovels that last 50 years? There we go. Maxwell actually has a nice window there for himself. I could probably make this Maxwell a little larger so we can actually see out the back. Yes! Yes, this is perfect. Just as I thought, having the bed position there. Okay. I'm trying to stretch my arm because it's been on the mouse for so long. No, I couldn't cook for Maxwell. I totally didn't put him in the fridge. I mean, I could put a Maxwell in the sink if we run out of space for Maxwell's, but still. It's still just, how did I spend so long doing that? And that exhaust does not need to be there. Sakura being whipped off. I don't know. That's if Sakura decides to answer you. Sometimes she can just decide not to. Like, that's a weird thing. I don't think it's even the fact I changed the 8-ball. It's just like my stream avatars decides what to answer. Never. Oh, it's okay. If Sakura says you're not being whipped off, it must be true. I'm beginning to think with all this, like, kitchen design and playing the wrong game. Sakura. Good. Hopefully use a discount code. There's a discount code, but it only works for 1 month. Then you have to pay full price. You get like you get 5 doll hairs off, but you have to pay it for full price. Now, Sakura Plus is making me think of Google Plus. That existed a number of years ago. I feel like a number of people forget it even existed. It was like, it was supposed to be like Facebook, but then no one used it ever. Is it true? I doubt it. There is also 8-bot. I mean, there's the 8-bot on Discord. It was like, I actually asked it, I actually asked 8-bot, is the Earth flat? And it said something like, certainly. And then I asked, did you flatten it? Yes. So the Earth is flat because of 8-bot. And that we can't ask any questions. We know the Earth is flat because a magic 8-ball said it. So that is now incontestable. I think they're like the fictional countries. I don't know if there's flags. Let's see. Now, I mean, there is like flags for there. It's just I'm thinking I could put one of those on the side. I don't know. I know that's not like a fruit on there. And I like the fruit, so I'm putting this on. Oh, it's low res. Wait. Oh, okay, now it looks better. I think I'll go with a non-metallic version. I'm still on 2D somehow. That's why it's not moving properly. So, 3D. The arrows and stuff are all off when I go into 3D. Okay, you can only see that from one side. It's okay if I do it on the interior, but might not be ideal for positioning it. Gotta zoom in past the wall of the car. Van, whatever. I do hope this thing is quick, because all this work on interior design, if it's quick, that would be totally worth it. We all know kitchen sinks save weight. The expression, I've thrown everything at this, even the kitchen sink. What I could do, I could have like two different national flags in this car, as if like the owner is torn between what nation they want to support. I mean, it's better than just having no character to the interior whatsoever, though. And for some reason that has not spawned in the same place. There you go. We are now supporting two different countries at the same time. Fiona is very indecisive on what side they want to be on, so they just put both there. Oh dear, have I? That will do. I guess that will have to do. Okay, let's see you in a moment. Hopefully I will, hopefully I'll have done something with the interior by then. I will have to move that down. I could add some more wood, because wood is a solution to all our issues, as it seems. Okay, so that actually, that folds down quite nicely. Need to get a shovel. Okay, that doesn't quite fit as well as I'd hoped, but I can make this work, kind of. So I'll move that back as much as I realistically can. And then that can go... I think the playlist is over. Oh dear, I undid that. I need to get them more... I need to get another playlist up. Might go with Gran Turismo music, because... I think that could be good for this time. Just so much once I have done that. Put that in place, should I say. There we go, that fits quite well. I mean, it's the best camper van I've ever built. the issue is, automation is not a camper van building simulator, so it's not exactly on topic. I mean, I feel like I've got sidetracked, but hey, at least I've done a decent job of getting sidetracked. Yeah. I kind of miss the rattly old Viglan keyboard sound, because it sounded very unique. Okay. There's the Gran Turismo music. How long have I been doing this for? Apparently 2 hours 46. It's not actually as ridiculous as I thought I've spent for time. Or I just got the vehicle done very quickly. How does that fit? You know what? That's actually fine, I think. Might want to move it in a little just so it, like, turns to that angle a little nicer. Yeah, I think that's fine. Can probably grab this. No, I don't want to enable caps lock. I wanted the shift key, but I kept clicking wrong. Is that in the middle? I think it is. I mean, that's too wide there. I can make it narrower, and that will all be good. Lines up pretty nicely. Could probably also mirror this one, actually, because it goes onto the other side of the vehicle. I could maybe even mirror the other one here. Because those three all just go and wrap around. They're not really going to hurt to have them mirrored. Like, I mean, that's not the best job. I think if I put side paneling there, not side paneling, something on the side of interest, I think that will be pretty much done. For at least the, like, camper van-y part. It looks enough like a camper van. It's not perfect, but the look I'm going for, I think, has been implemented somewhat. Shovel. No, I mean, I'm sure if there was one. Try putting spade. The spare wheel. Spare wheel would actually perhaps work on this. I mean, you know, why not go the full way? It's probably going to have to be quite a large wheel, but... could actually, what I could do... because we've got the roof rack, so... there's actually a mount on it, but... it's in 2D mode, but I think it's fine. There is a mount anyway, but if we just make all this stuff invisible, it'll just appear as a spare tyre mounted on the roof rack. And no one will be any the wiser. Could actually put the shovel there if I can find it. Custom F1 suspension, that's not exactly it. Could probably fit like 2 extra Maxwells on that front seat. There's a lot of space there. Kind of want chrome wheels. I don't know. I'm not sure it'll be too much chrome though. Might put a chrome line on the middle of the bodywork. That would be somewhat easy to do. There's Lego bits. You know what? We could just have a piece of Lego on the roof rack. Well, technically not Lego for legal reasons. It is Build-A-Brick or whatever. I didn't think maybe some of these are actually good just outside of the fact they're Lego. Like maybe there's some uses for some of these shapes and stuff. If you could get a brick separator, I think that would be perfect. Yeah. I mean, I've tried to do most of the interior. Yeah. Maxwell. Meow. I had to find another playlist because the music ended. I'm spending so much time on this. I want to find a brick separator to put on the roof rack. I'm not sure it has a brick separator though. In this mod. I'll just put one of these on. You know what? I can actually tie this into the colour as well because I can have that in the what do you call it? Colour that I've used. Wood. Could paint it walnut. There was like on car. There we go. We've got a cushion on the top. That's probably what it is. I don't know. Now I want to add cushions for Maxwell. There's interior 80s. Rear seats cushion. Nah, that's not quite... Well, that's not quite what I had in mind. I probably have a use for this, though. Because at the back of the bed... Like, if I just squish this in here... There we go. I don't know if that works. I don't know if that works at all, but it's quick. It'll save some time over trying to do everything perfectly. I could try turning it the other way. I don't think that would help, though. There we go. Okay, that could look a little worse than it does. I can't find the spade or the shovel or whatever, though. I just can't seem to find it. I did try. Six Maxwells. No, the Maxwell Protection Agency. Wait. Why did the Maxwell Protection Agency take 2 of 6 Maxwells? Now I feel like I have to put 6 in, so I don't just have like 4 of them and 2 of them have been taken away. There is I need to find the spade, don't I? I was saying that, but I can't seem to get it. Because I'm sure there was one in the game. Ooh. We've got this cat. We've got that other cat. He can go with Maxwell. That looks almost like a cushion. It's probably the closest thing I've actually got to a cushion, honestly. There we go. It's like, why am I spending so long doing this design? Yeah, the boy kisser cat apparently. I mean, I found the mod for it, so I was like, hey, I might as well download it. And there's this plushie as well. Got all kinds of mods on here. The plushie, it didn't have texture last time, but it is in the game. That can go in the corner somewhere. There we go. They're just looking at each other. How did we get in here? I really don't know. So we've got the sink, we've got all our flags. I can look at camping if there is like a camping pack or something. No. The turbo. I do want to find the shovel, but I have no idea where I'm supposed to look for it. I'm in the 3D menu and it's not here. There's a spike. There's a death ray. This is how we keep the Maxwell Protection Agency away. That's how we keep the Maxwell Protection Agency at bay. So, you like taking on Maxwells, do you? Our Maxwells will stay with us. Do you understand? There we go. Now that's just what I needed. Now my Maxwells are safe. I'll call it, Maxwell's little camper. Yes. Yeah, they come close to get hurt. Look, the Maxwell Protection Agency made me do this. They threatened to take my Maxwells away. They said I was a danger to myself and others. So I had to commission I had to commission Gru to make me a death ray. That is official canon. Until Disney sues me, then I will change it. Now, wait, there's a mouse. Oh no, I've had another idea. Oh, because I was thinking put one on the stove because cats hunt mice and all that, so we can have like a mouse on our stove. Weight balance is actually really good on this. I'm gonna try and make this stiffer so it handles better, because the design thing completely broke. So 5.6-ish. Rear dampers are hard, okay. 21.2. Could probably try making the front a little softer. I mean, it's completely different suspension to what's on the front, so on the rear, sorry. We can make the front dampers a little softer. It really thinks these front dampers are hard. Just apparently like a softer front spring weight, which I guess makes sense with it being on live axle coil springs. And he's complaining about the front dampers. I'm trying to make this thing softer. We do have to have our Maxwells being comfortable after all. On the whole, this is good. It's not like the fastest it's ever built, but I think the wheel has built a lot worse. It doesn't make incredible amounts of power, but then it's pretty lightweight. So 1265 kilos. I mean, the wheel has built things that are more than double that, so I guess I should say it's not that bad. How quick it will be, I'm not sure. It'll probably be quite fast as long as the suspension setup is decent. And it's one of those things, again, like, this is on me now. If I mess up the suspension setup, I feel like it's going to make me look bad. And just like I can't set up a car. Because the basis it's given me isn't too bad. So, okay. We can soften the rear anti-roll, I think, just a little. Maybe increase some camber on the back, if that helps. No, it doesn't. Well, it improves drivability, but not sportiness. Okay. Apparently it doesn't make it very sporty. Ah, that should be fine. Now it's got camber because race car. It is made of fiberglass. That's part of the reason it's so light. Because of how the body is made of light materials. Do want to find the shovel though, because it's on brand with what this car is. Wait, are these... I don't know if they're posters, but they could work. You can have a wooden steering wheel as well, apparently. Okay, we've got all kinds of things. Try and find something that's funny. Yeah, nothing to see here. That should do. That I think it's a CD. That's appropriately named. So I think for what I'm building here, nothing to see here. T-Rex and live on Mars. I mean, I don't know. Is it safe? Is the atmosphere safe for T-Rex on Mars? The many questions I have. There we go. We've got our CD of nothing to see here, which is a very appropriate thing to have, I think. Because there's just nothing going on here. I was gonna say there was like the mouse I was gonna add. This is because Maxwell has been out hunting. Yeah. Very strong lungs. Well, that's always a good start. Like this is what Maxwell has brought us home for dinner. So Maxwell has just put it here kindly. I was wondering where I would get the time to actually use this mod. There we go, you better enjoy Maxwell's gift. He worked hard to get it. Oh, they're like roofs, I think, aren't they? What kinds of roof lines there I could mess with? Yeah. But Maxwell worked hard to get the hat. Now Maxwell will have to eat it. But to be fair, if a cat did actually catch it, it would probably be like half a mouse or something that's been left. That's usually how it is. Oh, we've got cola, I think. Yes, we've got the cola. I found a mod for this as well. We could get our cola like in my summer car. Try and move the camera a little. It is cola, yeah, it's definitely cola. I must reiterate that this is definitely cola and nothing suspicious whatsoever. There we go. Where's the rotatey doodle? I need my rotatey doodle. All the cola bottles can roll around while we're trying to race, I think. I could probably pivot them a little because they're all the same way up. Ingredients, sugar and water. There we go. That one can roll that way a little, I think. That's how you kind of mess with the text. There's one somewhere there. Oh, I think I might know what's gone on. Yeah, there's two on top of each other. There we go. All the cola. Maxwell has been drinking a lot of cola. We're gonna have all the little Maxwells down here. I keep saying it's like the best thing I've ever built in automation, like each time, but I think this is pretty good. Like, this is up there. There we go. Sucker would like some gum. Apparently so. Well, I mean, Sakura is answering now, so I think that means she's in a better mood. There we go. Beans. This is that kind of order. I have pretend this gum. I don't know, that gum is kind of soft. A little too soft. I'm sure it's fine. Maxwell just peeking out the top of a car. Could put a Maxwell on the roof rack. Oh dear. I just have too much fun with this. Hold on, Maxwell. Just throwing you up here because there's not enough space left inside. We can rotate Maxwell a little. Are those Maxwells the right height? I don't know. I can't really tell if they're stretched upwards too much or whatever. I do need door cards still. Like, I've done all this and I've not got door cards. Maybe if I do this, so... go above all the cola. This one can, I don't think I have to mirror this one. I mean, this car is pretty much done tuning-wise. This van is pretty good tuning-wise, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it, honestly, at this point. Maybe if I mirror that, does it? Yeah, it shows through there, which isn't ideal. I think that's almost enough, though. If I just go and get another one of these. That's not even in the correct position now. At all. Do 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 do. I'm not so sure that even works. That's close enough to working, I think. If I rotate that a little, there we go. I think that works okay, kind of. Yeah, like, that looks okay. That's not perfect, but it's together in some sense of a word. And I still haven't designed the tail lights. I'm so organised. Yeah, it fits well enough together. I don't think it looks half bad, honestly. No door cards in the front, though. The engine is also, like, in the back, so it needs some cooling. I have not given it a whole lot of cooling. I think, yeah, that could work. Something like this. Now that cuts through the bodywork. So... sausage grill. Well, I mean, that's not slicing up the bodywork, so that's an advantage, I guess. I think I gave the last car a tongue sticking out. I gave it like an expression. There we go. Engine cooling, yes. Gonna need some side vents as well. Just something to help the thing actually not overheat. So if we go, should be able to, yeah, pivot that like so. That should give me a nice mirrored grill. Not grill, intake for air. And there's one on the front, which I don't think that will do much for aero, but it'll do something. I could probably just, I don't know, no, it doesn't work the same. That works better. Yeah, I mean, the engine, honestly, the engine is here. The engine is, like, below that Maxwell bed and everything, and so there is not a whole lot of, cooling. It's probably going to make the cat bed set fire if this is realistic, but it isn't, so it's fine. But the engine does need cooling, but it'll overheat horribly when it's in BeamNG, as far as I can tell. I could just go with one of these, I think. I thought there was one... yeah, these ones have indicators. I thought they did. It looks like it's weirdly happy in, like, a suspicious way. They don't actually blend with the body. I was expecting they would. They, like, stick out. I don't know if I like them all that much. I think those ones are okay. I don't know what kind of a facial expression that is. It's some kind of facial expression. Could give it a tongue. think it might be disgusted if I give it a tongue. Okay, so I want to go in 3D mode, I believe. Eh. I know it's cursed, but I just love putting little tongs on the grills. I think I need more of a pink colour for this to work. Aluminium? There's got to be something that's like less shiny that I can use. Cast alloy. That kind of works. I do not know what to make of that. Oh wait, we can change a badge. There we go. It now has a face. Could give it eyebrows. There we go. Now it's got a badge. I think it needs eyebrows though. Could give it a 4x4 badge, that would be totally a lie. Yeah, that's gonna be Wheels badge. But the car does have a tongue, so all is good. Car not angry, car just disappointed. It looks scheming. I kind of like that actually. Such a dumb way to design the back of a car, but anyway. They're so mischievous. We need the door handles. Wherever they are. Those ones should do. So I think they're mirrored. Can turn them the other way because sliding doors. I mean, I'm sure if it was a shovel though. Maybe if there was any like military stuff that I had in a mod. I'm beginning to think it might be in there. No, the door handle messes up my face. I can't have one on the back. Okay, so the door cards. I really need to get these on. I've left it far too long. And then there's nothing down there on the front. Ooh, we could give it a Ferrari steering wheel or something. There's many steering wheels. Oh, columns. Probably going to want one of them. There's cat ears. There's a cat ear cover. Might give us a paddle shifter thing. 3 gears. It's not got a lot of gears, but it has got the gears. There we go. I want a wheel with the cat ears stuff on. That looks too modern, I feel. I mean, that one kinda works. That one should do a job. And then we need our steering wheel cover, naturally. I think that works. The steering wheel now has cat ears. I think these race kit dashes, they might actually work in Beam. Or they might actually display the speed and stuff. I mean, that should kind of work. There we go. I keep forgetting the door cards. Or not forgetting so much, but just putting off adding the door cards. Pillars, roof, and wall. It's just so easy to get distracted. I didn't mean to rotate that. Maybe you can make that go down. I feel like that's okay. That's not perfectly done, but it fits. Completely windowless and doorless car. Wasn't that something? Wasn't that in like Top Gear in the 2000s or something? I'm sure that was like an idea they had for Mercedes or something. I can't remember too much of it, but I'm sure that was something that they said. I'm going to defend my doors. They're not taking my Citroen's doors. I think I need some pretty flat topped door cards. Because if they have too much of a curve to them, they just don't work in this vehicle. If there is a menu with them all in, like a lot of the door cards. There we go. I mean, it's right there. I seem to miss it in, like, plain sight. So we've got some 70s stuff. Yeah, 70s stuff will work. Make that a little larger. I think the dashboard is 70s as well, so it actually all ties together. Can pivot that, and okay, that's actually pretty good. It was a little easier than the body we had last time to work with to add that door card in. Like, that one just fit. Okay, so I think that's pretty good. We've got some purple in the back. I mean, I could put some purple in the front, I don't know. I might put the floor in purple, because I'm going to have to add some kind of floor down there. So we can lower that. There's so much trim, it's actually hard to see what's going on. So if that gets taller... Okay, I think this is something. I think if I mirror this, I'll be most of the way there on the front. The front is just like slotted together. And the back, that was like kind of painful. So yeah, so I can just grab this part and drag it across for the front. I mean, as I say, compared to the massive amount of time it has taken to do the rear parts of the car, this is actually extremely easy. I can't tell much of what's going in here, but I think it'll be... decent. Move that. I do remember the days of a Maxwell wagon before I went totally insane and had to add a Maxwell literally everywhere in a car. But still, this is okay, I think. Now, we do have a bench seat here. That means we can fit more Maxwells than just a single seat. And this macro should be at the bottom, yeah. He can go up. There we go, another Maxwell. I could put one on the floor. There's a lot of unused space down there. There we go. I think this is almost done. Could add a little bit of chrome. But aside from that, there's not much I can add to it. So I think it's under bumper bars where the chrome trim is. Just basically feeding off the door handles. And like carrying that along. I don't think I can get around the back realistically and actually have it working. So I'll just go across the doors. And then I'll end the chrome at the end of the doors. There is actually, I think, gonna need to be some kind of slider for the door. I think you can still get the chrome working, but just to complete the thing, might have to add something for that. I could try and like have this chrome go all the way around. I just don't know how I would work it. It's like ending it off might actually be more difficult than just going all the way around the vehicle. And there's probably some final tuning I could do as well. But I think the brakes are mostly done. Just if the weight has changed somewhere along the lines. That doesn't actually seem to line up exactly. There we go. I can change the door handles as well. Like, changing the actual width of the door handles will probably be the easier thing to do. How many fixtures? Got over 100 fixtures that I've put on here. On stream as well. Stream is apparently like almost 4 hours in. Spent like probably 2 hours just designing the whole thing. I don't know, is that chrome... Interesting, that chrome is like not lined up with that chrome. I don't know what could have caused that, but the chrome just wasn't lined up. It was actually the door handle was fine. So if I delete that one and just go with the correct one. Shift and drag. Same there. Could try and move that down a little again. I did that with one behind it, so it's still going to line up. Yep, all the chrome has mirrored quite nicely onto the other side. I probably couldn't get a camping logo, but that would kind of work. So much I could do, but it'll just burn time trying to do everything I want to do. And now my monitor's doing that thing to turn off. I feel like I could add text and everything, but it wouldn't really do anything. I do like hiding the Maxwell text, though, somewhere, so I'll do that much. I just have to find the text wherever it is. It's like in an obvious place. There it is. But I keep missing it. So what like handwriting ones do we have? We have this. This one might look quite good for it. Chrome. That should be showing up, surely. Oh no, it's because I've not typed anything in. There we go. That actually does suit it quite well. So it's going to be almost like trim lettering right down here. Don't think I even have to resize it. It just fits in this little gap. I would say pivot it, but that can sometimes mess with it when you flip it over to the other side and like duplicate it. No, that looks fine. Little Maxwell logo. I mean, I did it with the last week's one. I just hid a little logo here. It's subtle, but it fits with what this is, kind of. I mean, I could go and put like all kinds of logos and stuff on the side to try and make it look like somewhat of an actual panel van, but that would take a lot of time. At least I think once I've done the sides, I just have to go to the outward edges of the vehicle, and that should be easier somewhat. So we can go drag that round. Like, this just seems to be a bit odd in how it attaches. Best I can do is just try and, like, attach it like this. So, you know, it joins onto that in some sense of a word. But it's, these lines are perfectly straight. And often bodywork is not perfectly straight. And I think if I go shift and... No. I want Control Z. I was like, that's why it's not working. Need just a little tiny piece here on the end of these lines to try and tie it together. Hi again, Elena, I guess. I don't know, probably been here the whole time. But still, I'm getting close to finishing. Getting close to finishing, just to getting the chrome on. Still got that face on the back. I like to believe this is art form. Maybe it isn't an art form, and I'm just pretending. I feel like I've spent far too long though working on this, honestly. I didn't need to add this chrome, but it felt necessary, so I did. Makes me want to actually like the way this drives even more, because if it does drive badly, then I don't know. I've spent so much time on something that doesn't even drive well. That chrome does not line up at all. I think I'll have to go and... no, not that. I think I'll have to go and split it into two and, like, join the two halves because at least that way it will attach better. I think the earlier Volkswagen vans from the 60s actually had something similar going on, though, where they had, like, the chrome goes down in the middle. It's not quite the exact same thing as that. My skills are a lot less detailed than that, but still. If I could actually pivot that, I can continue the line and it won't look too bad. I think that lines up. Lines up well enough. There we go. Actually points down to the badge, which for some reason half the badge is missing there. I probably moved it to the back and like I didn't actually clone it properly. I think I've done that decently well. Hopefully Maxwell would be willing to go in this vehicle. Well, he's going in it anyway. Need to scroll it down a little. Okay, it's something. It's not perfect, but it's something. I'll probably make this make a few small adjustments, and then I'll be ready to drive Maxwell's little camper. The gearing I should check because it's. Or I'll probably do the brakes first, and then I'll double check the gearing. I think this will all be fine, though I don't think I need to change all that much about it. Whiz brake pad type. A wheel with a face. I imagine the human wheel, it would probably just have it would probably be like a human but with a wheel for a face. That's how I imagine it. It would also, what I'd probably be doing also would be handing out leaflets saying vote for one or something. Because it has this obsession with the number one. So like it would be getting everyone to vote for number one. Number one will bring democracy to us all. Number one is the best number to be chosen. No, number one will bring democracy to us all at a new lower price than previous democracy. Okay, so I've done that. I need to just adjust the gearing now, I think, and it'll be pretty much done. Yeah, also vote for spin again. There's probably going to be two wheels then, isn't there? There's probably going to be a wheel that's like vote for spin again, and then there's another wheel that's like vote for number one. So the gearing, yes, this is decent. If I can lose a little more on the top end, perhaps, just to make it accelerate better. There we go. So it's lost a little top speed, but I think it'll be better at just accelerating off the line now. Then it goes to, yeah, goes to about 78 miles per hour. as far as only having 3 gears, I think this is going to be okay. It didn't give me a 2-speed, which is the absolute worst it could have given me. So, I think overall it's good. The balance is right. Vote for 2. Sad wheel, man. Yeah. No, the vote for 2 guy, he's the one that gets shouted down by the 2 that like vote for spin again and what's it? And 1. There's two that like vote for spin again and vote for number 1, and then there's just this one guy in the corner like, they told me mean things about number 2. They were cruel. They said terrible things about my beloved number 2. Funny thing is, number 2 is leaf springs, so like leaf springs on the front, so it chooses number 2 when it suits it, which is usually when it just wants to do something really cruel to me. So, should be able to... Ah. Where is the, There it is. I need to, quit this game and go to BeamNG. I'm pretty sure I exported it. Yes, load in Beam. I slide across the screen, yay. So, more. We're going to go time trials. It's going to be the strangest thing to drive again. Had my hand in that same position again, working with the mouse, and it's done things to my arm. Okay, where is it? There we go. Maxwell's little camper. Let us see how this goes. Just check my actual shifter is screwed onto the desk properly and doesn't fly off. 30 in the slots. I think you can actually check the guy coin. Probably been on quite a lot over all this time. Just watching me build a kitchen. Oh, it makes funny noises. So, yeah, it sounds like it's sparking. I'm going to have to try and make this a little louder because it's very quiet. Yeah, it is very quiet. I think that can be heard. But makes these weird sparking noises, though. Wait, oh yeah. It's because it's an auto. That's why it's doing that. Or an automated manual. I can change the drive mode to off, because I don't think that's going to help me. It's a little wobbly. It doesn't handle that badly. I think I've got a manual gear selector as well. Whoa! It's kind of a wobbly camper van, which is actually kind of works for this, because if it wasn't wobbly at all, it would just seem out of character. Besides the overall wobbliness, it actually does handle quite well, though. And it does understeer a little. This does not handle bad, though. It's a little too quiet. I can barely hear the thing. I have to turn it up on my headphones. I'm surprised it's this quiet. And we only have 3 gears. Just make sure I'm clicked on the correct beam window so it's not lagging horribly. Use your ABS to slow with some kind of stability. It slows pretty stable into second gear. I mean, I can probably push it a little harder than I am, but at the same time, I don't want to crash. And now bombs are dropping. Come on, Maxwell. I love how you can actually see the interior, though, while driving it like this. I so want this thing to be quick, though. Try and keep it in second gear so we can build speed. The gearing isn't too bad. They're definitely long gears, but it does put some power down, which is definitely a bonus. It could have been a lot worse. That's the bonus of running a lower top speed, I guess, for better acceleration. There we go. Don't crash. I have crashed before, and that's been problematic. I don't think I will crash, honestly. This drives quite nicely, I say, as I almost hit the barrier. No. Stay on the straight line, Maxwell van, whatever. Maxwell's little camper. Somehow I'm keeping this pointing the correct way around. Not necessarily on the road, but it's pointing where it's supposed to be going. Probably need to go into first. Trim this corner. It doesn't actually feel like it's going to tip over. It looks like it's going to tip over at any moment. It doesn't feel near as bad. I mean, it's not the most, like, planted thing in the world, but it doesn't feel like it wants to tip over. It just feels like the suspension is a bit strange and soft. How fast is it going? I think we can go over 100 miles per hour in something that looks like this. Yep. 110. We're going to hit 120. It keeps going, even without all the power. Almost 130, and then I have to lift off. Did 129 miles per hour in this thing. I forgot to change a wing. I mean, it has got a wing at least, but I could have done more with it and made a much more interesting looking back of a van. Third gear again. It actually spends a lot of time in top gear. So go into second, first. I can feel this is kind of going to be quick if I do drive it correctly. I don't know what kind of time it's saying compared to others, and going almost 90 miles per hour into this corner, it's actually carrying pretty good speed. I think it's the Maxwells making it more balanced. There we go. It isn't overheating, at least. It has got enough cooling for the engine. Oh, didn't need to shift down to first there. I thought I might have to, I didn't. Third gear. Hopefully I don't go as far off the track as I did before. There we go. Just about found some traction. I do actually like this. It's probably not like the best driving car I've built, but it is quite good fun. If only it made a more fun noise, because it's very quiet. Had to slow quite a bit there because it does like to understeer off the corners, which I'd rather have than oversteer. Pretty good gearing though. I'll say that much. The gearing could be a lot worse. Given there's only 3 of them, the gearing actually does move the thing. I don't think it's going to be the absolute quickest car I've ever built, but it's going to be quite fast. Like, it does stay planted at speed. And for a van, it does remarkably good. can hear all the air resistance. I can hear the wind because the engine is so quiet. You can hear the wind just hitting the brick-like front of this van. Going a little wide, but I'm just about managing to keep it under control. I could not have gone any wider than that into that corner though, and got away with it. Maybe that's where the slightly softer suspension did help. Oh dear. I'm almost hitting so many things here, but somehow keeping it pointing in the correct direction. Still feels like it's going to be a quick lap. $88 miles per hour. That's the speed to go through time. Yes, nice full power out there as we get into the heights of second gear. And then we're going to have to shift right down from third as we enter this corner. Shifting up was just barely worth it. Going very wide there. Oh dear. That was quite lumpy, but it did take it, to be fair. This was quick. I mean, it's not the quickest, but Maxwell's little camper did well. The Maxwell mobile was that. Ooh, that's interesting. I think this is like head-to-head with the Maxwell mobile. Ooh, look at that. It's like, we're not quite head-to-head, but it's within 3 seconds of the Maxwell mobile's fastest time. And honestly, given the lack of power compared to a Maxwell mobile, I think that's pretty good. So it's not got a huge amount of power, but it uses it quite well. Can turn these lights on. Nice quad headlights. It looks angry actually when you put the tail lights on. When you brake, it starts looking really angry. So we have neutral, yes. We've got the sync there. Only using one exhaust because the other is fake. I mean, can I use interior? The interior cam isn't actually that bad. It's a bit to the left, but I've had worse interior cams like by default. There's our 3 Maxwells. We see while we're driving. We've got our cat ear steering wheel. We've got the mouse that Maxwell has caught for us. And a sunroof. Nice large sunroof. A spare tyre on the roof rack. Wait, does this work? Because this display, I think, did work. Yeah, it does. So as you see, that display on the middle, that actually does work when you drive. I quite like that. So we can go manual on all that. It does all that stuff. It would have been kind of fun to drive it from the interior view, but quite often these vehicles don't work from the interior view, or you get a bad position or whatever, and it wouldn't be drivable. Anyway, I think the wheel has built a pretty decent car here. Like, it's not that far below the Maxwell mobile for speed, and I would argue this is more controllable than the Maxwell mobile when you do push it at high speed. So overall, pretty decent vehicle. I might actually bring out the Maxwell mobile. Still a fun thing after all this time. Where is it? There's going to be loads of Maxwell cars. Maxwell mobile. Spawned one of these once again. This still makes cat noises. I still love that about it. The other thing is, though, the Maxwell mobile is on actual race tyres, and that is on sport tyres, so it's, like, not surprising in that way, because this is on much better tyres. It's also apparently taller off the ground. Yep. All of the Maxwells. I'll probably leave it here anyway. I haven't given any of the other Maxwell's hats. That's something I could have done. I easily had the space to give this Maxwell a hat, but I didn't. I'm disappointed in myself. Anyway, going to leave it here for today. So, I'll leave this shot of the two Maxwell mobiles, one noisier than the other. And I'll say goodbye until another day.